This is Audible.
Rippler, Ripple Series Book 1. Written by Cidney Swanson. Narrated by Sarah Mollo Christensen. Chapter 1. Nearly Drowned. The screaming was the first clue that I'd turned invisible again. Above the steady roar of the river, my teammates shouted, some with paddles flailing, others frozen mid-stroke. I'd never disappeared in front of anyone. Before this, I hadn't even known if it was real or if I was losing my grip on sanity. But now, surrounded by people who looked terrified, I knew it was real. Which didn't exactly comfort me. It wasn't until I heard Gwyn shouting about me drowning that I realized no one had actually seen me turn invisible. For a heartbeat, I felt relief. It wasn't real after all. But then I realized that the fact that people were staring straight at my position, aft, on the back of the raft, and not seeing me confirmed what I feared. My body had vanished. And now I had an additional problem. If I came solid right now, someone would definitely see it happen. So did I want screaming because I'd drowned, or screaming because I'd materialized out of thin air? Did I even know for sure how to get back inside my body?
"Calm down and look for anything orange," shouted Coach. "That'll be her helmet or her PFD.
Her life vest will save her, right? Gwyn asked.
"Not from entrapment," said Will. "We should get to shore. I'll hold the raft, and you can send teams up and down the river to spot her in case she's trapped." "Good thinking," said Coach. "Paddle for shore."
My cross-country team came too, redirecting the craft which had spun sideways. Coach set his own oar down and reached onto the sloshing floor for the rope tote bag. Clipping the bag to his life vest, he began removing the coil. The raft scraped against the graveled shore, and everyone piled out. If they all leave, I can reappear. I hope. It wasn't like this came with a manual.
"Whoever sees her first, use the whistle on your PFD," said Coach, pulling swim goggles from a pocket.
Hands flew to life vests, fumbling for emergency whistles. Coach sent Jose and Nathan, the team's fastest runners, scrabbling upstream. Gwyn and Carly ran downriver. Unwinding the safety rope, Coach ran it around a sturdy-looking tree and handed the end off to Will.
"Use it as a belay under your arms," said Coach. "If you see me with her, down on your butt and dig your heels in."
Coach, inches of puddled water, an oar in my grip. Will's face lit up.
"Quick!"
He reached for my hand, pulling me off the raft.
"Take off your helmet."
"What?" I had questions for him, and none of them involved my helmet.
"I saw you. I know about what you can do," said Will, undoing the buckle on my orange helmet and hurling it upstream.
Coach's head re-emerged. The bobbing helmet caught his attention immediately, and he swam out for it. I opened my mouth to ask Will what he'd seen, what it was that he knew, but he began whistling madly, signaling everyone I'd been found. I grabbed his arm, pulling him around to face me. What just happened? He ignored my question, looking panicked as he ran his eyes over me from head to toe.
"Oh, crap! You're dry!"
He took my other hand, sprang to the river's edge, and shoved me so that I tumbled backwards into the shallows. "What do you think you're doing?" I took water in through my mouth and nose, and then I couldn't stop coughing long enough to ask my questions.
"You need to look like you fell in," he said,
splashing more icy water on me. I hunkered down, still gagging, and held up the flat of my palm in a stop gesture. Will quit as Jose and Nathan scampered down to us. They'd heard the whistle. Will moved close, helping me up, and whispered loudly in my ear.
He released me and stepped back, looking me over. "You are okay, right?"
Glaring at Will, I said, I'm fine, just a little wet. Will interrupted me.
She fell out and lost her helmet, but she's okay.
Coach handed the helmet to me as Carly and Gwyn joined us. The next few minutes were a blur of my teammates hugging me, saying how good it was to see me alive, and arguing over what to do for a near-drowning victim. The trip down the Merced River was Coach's idea for team bonding. Our men's and women's teams were too small to compete, and Coach had been looking for ways to keep our enthusiasm up and hopefully get us to recruit friends. I'd gotten Gwyn to sign up by telling her about the raft trip. Now, seeing her turn back every couple of minutes to make sure I was still on board, I figured she was questioning her decision. But as Coach shouted orders to us through a Class 4 rapid, I heard Gwyn roaring above the river. "Yeah, baby, bring it on!" She swung back to me, black braids flying, during the post-rapid calm to give me a huge thumbs up. "Is this the best day ever or what?" she shouted, grinning ear to ear. I'd have to go with or what, I thought. I gave her the best smile I had in me, but it must not have been very convincing. "Oh my God, Sam, I'm such an idiot," said Gwyn. Setting her oar down, she leaned back and threw an arm around my neck. "It's the worst day of my life. It totally sucks, and I am completely hating every minute." I hugged her back and told her to shut up. Will, meanwhile, completely stonewalled me. Instead of turning back to speak with me, Will cracked jokes with Nathan and Jose. Coach announced we could take turns swimming for a couple of miles, and I was about to ask Will to jump out with me when he leaned across the raft and shoved Nathan in, then slipped out after him. I wanted to hit Will over the head with the paddle. Inside my water socks, my toes curled and uncurled. I needed answers about what exactly had happened earlier. What had Will seen, or thought he'd seen? What was wrong with my body? And why did he think ignoring me right now? Once more, furious at confinement. I shuddered in the triple-digit heat, feeling in this an echo of my own entrapment, pressed inside a body I didn't understand and couldn't control. This was the third time it had happened since school let out 2 months ago. Coach called Will and Nathan back in. Will flashed me one tiny smile as he took his position in front of me once more. We lived a mile apart on the same highway just on the upswing. I didn't need to start a whole new round of pointing and staring now that people were finally not talking about 8 years ago. Coach began shouting orders for the next set of rapids, a pair of boat-eating Class 4s. I jammed my feet farther under the bulging wall of the raft, feeling relieved to have something to do that took all my concentration. When we reached the pullout, Coach gave a speech about teamwork and how proud he was that we'd all worked together to prevent a tragedy. It took me a minute to realize I was the prevented tragedy, and then I felt my face heating up. I mumbled thanks, feeling like a colossal liar. Will reached over and gave my shoulder a friendly squeeze. His smile was sober, appropriate to the solemn moment. If I was a colossal liar, what did that make Will? Chapter 2. Q&A. As Coach explained his version of the day's events to Dad and Sylvia on the brick drive of our house, Will finally decided to acknowledge me.
"So I'll see you at 6 tonight for our run, okay?"
he asked. What run? I met his eyes, my own narrowing. He raised one eyebrow and tipped his head slightly. The resulting look was So, you know how Coach told you I almost drowned? That didn't happen, but there's this other thing. Not an improvement. Maybe I should tell them to sit down first. Yeah, 'cause if you say that, they'll be thinking drugs or pregnancy, and vanishing into thin air will come as a relief. I wadded my still damp rafting clothes into a tight ball and stuffed them deep in my laundry basket. Then I started picturing my laundry basket festering with hidden mold. Sighing, I dug out the tee and shorts and trudged down the stairs. "Feeling refreshed?" asked Sylvia. I nodded, an untruth, on my way to the washer. My stepmom was easier to talk to than my dad. Maybe I should start with her. But the words weren't coming. "How's Los Cabos sound for dinner?" she asked. My stomach was in knots. I didn't feel like Mexican. I didn't feel like ever eating again. Sylvia's brow furrowed. "You sure you're okay?" I shrugged. "I don't feel like going out tonight." "There's leftover lasagna if you'd rather lay low," said Sylvia. "Lasagna sounds perfect," I lied. "I'll tell your dad. We were just getting ready." She hugged me tight, and when she let go, I took a deep breath. Seeing I was still solid, I looked into the hall mirror. Still here. I frowned at my messy bun, at the wet, dark strands escaping the elastic. My mom's gray eyes stared back at me. I looked away. Just then I heard Will's knock, 3 quick taps. I ran to answer. "We are so not running right now," I said, by way of greeting. Okay," said Will. "Are you home alone?" "My folks are out getting Mexican for the next half hour or so." "Maybe we should talk in your stepmom's garden." "So you're finally in the mood to talk?" "Geez, Sam." Will fidgeted with his cell, opening and shutting it. "I'm sorry, Listen, there's a lot to talk about, but most of it wouldn't sound so great in front of regular people." "Regular people? Did you seriously just call me abnormal to my face?" I punctuated the last words by poking Will's chest. He smiled and brushed my hand aside. "You know that's not what I meant." "Come on," I said, sighing. I led him out the kitchen sliding glass door. We crossed the deck, skirted the pool, and tromped down a set of railroad tie stairs curving into a small ravine. A hint of breeze wafted past in the warm evening air. At the raised bed, "You have abnormal genes." "Again, with the abnormal?" I asked. His mouth formed a lopsided smile. "You have genes for something my sister's former advisor, called Rippler's syndrome, as in, you can ripple." "Ripple?" I asked, puzzled by his repeated use of the unfamiliar word. "Oh, sorry, you've never heard it called that. My sister actually invented the word to describe what you do, turning invisible, or coming solid. The air shimmers a little, like a ripple on the water," he explained. "So your genetics make you able to ripple when you want to." "When I want to?" I shook my head. "I wish." "You can't ripple when you want to?" "It happens accidentally," I said, "and it's getting worse. I mean, I've noticed it 2 other times this summer." "And never before that?" Will looked puzzled. "I'm pretty sure it happened a couple of times right after Mom and Maggie's deaths. Not that I recognized it at the time. I can think of some times when I got in trouble for running off when I knew I didn't run off. So maybe I vanished then, too, and just didn't notice it." He looked across at me, an anxious expression on his face. "You ever been diagnosed or seen a doctor about this?" I laughed, making kind of a snorting, "That's what I just said." "That's really good news." "Why? I thought you called this a medical condition." Will dropped his eyes to a pair of lizards which zipped out in front of us, did a few push-ups, and then zoomed away to safety. How do you know about this anyway? I asked. I've never heard of Rippler's syndrome.
No, said Will, scuffing his worn shoes in the dirt. You wouldn't have heard of it. Only a hand who worked for this genetics professor named Dr. Pfeffer. He studied a rare disease, Hellman's disease, which acts sort of like leprosy, and Mickey wanted to study Hellman's because our dad had it. But secretly, the professor studied a special form of the disease resulting in what you have, the ability to ripple.
Wait, what? I have leprosy?
No, forget I said leprosy. You have this other thing, the thing Mick's professor studied in secret. Dr. Pfeffer let her in on his research because of some, highly unusual circumstances. He'd been working alone for a decade. He swore Mick, well, both of us, to absolute secrecy because 2 of his previous colleagues were murdered. According to Pfeffer, they were killed because they were studying rippling, and someone out there doesn't want anyone to know about it, much less study it. Above the garden, I heard the roar of so my folks don't interrupt us. I dashed along a contracted path away from the garden and house. To the south, our land dropped away to a small canyon. Overlooking the canyon sat a patch of flat ground I claimed as mine when we moved here with Sylvia as my new stepmom 5 years ago. Will and I flopped to the ground. The breeze felt weaker here, but the sun would be down soon. This was a place I came when I felt most alone, and I felt hollow. Believe me, I get that, okay?
He looked at me, dark orbs piercing my fear and isolation. I wasn't in this alone. The question, when it tumbled out, surprised even me. Why wouldn't you look at me on the raft? I asked. It was like you didn't want to acknowledge I existed. Will kicked at the dirt.
You must have thought I was being a total jerk. I was so scared you'd start talking about rippling. I ignored you to try and keep you safe.
To keep rumors from starting? Will nodded. Trying to keep me safe was 1,000,000 times better than ignoring me. A weight lifted off my chest. So, can you put me in touch with this Pfeffer guy? I asked.
He's kind of...
Will looked down, fussed with a piece of his sneaker that was peeling away. For your loss. I turned the recording off. So, maybe your sister could explain all this to my folks. They're gonna think I'm nuts when I tell them. Sylvia's doctor happy as it is, and I'll need help convincing them both I don't need a psychiatrist. Will jerked his head up swiftly, a look of worry creasing his forehead.
When you say doctor happy, that means what?
I rolled my eyes. An ingrown toenail is cause for a trip to Fresno's best podiatrist, that kind of thing.
Then you can't tell them. The risk of someone finding out is too great.
His hands balled into fists so tight the skin began to whiten. What he said was starting to make sense. What was the first thing Dad or Sylvia would do, assuming they didn't think I was crazy or lying? They'd take me to the doctor. And assuming I could vanish in front of a doctor, well, what would you?
Wouldn't bet my life on it.
Goosebumps rose up and down my arm. Would I bet my life on it?
There's something else, said Will. Pfeffer's disappearance has made my sister really paranoid. If we tell Mickey, she'd make it into this huge deal that you live here in town and that the killers might find you and then somehow discover where she and I are hiding out.
You guys are in hiding? What, like the witness protection program?
Sort of, yeah. Minus the protection part. If you don't mind, I'd rather not tell Mick that you have the rippling gene. I think she'd make us move, and I like it here. A lot.
I didn't have a problem not telling his sister. She kind of intimidated me.
I can pull some information together for you, scientific stuff, if you want, said Will.
That would be helpful, I said. Orange and gold now streaked the sky. Sylvia said it was air pollution that created the beautiful 16? You can't move out on your own. I stood and we started back up to the house.
Do I look 16?
Is this a trick question? Will looked at me, waiting for my answer. Yeah, you look 16.
I'm 18, actually. We moved around a lot, and I got behind in school. Plus, I kind of missed a year when Mom got sick. So I'm an 18-year-old sophomore.
And you're still in school? Are you insane?
He shrugged. I want a good education. It mattered to Mom. Anyway, I can't leave Mick. She's all I've got, he said.
Not all, I said, punching his shoulder. He looked over, a half smile on his face.
Not all.
As soon as Will left, the questions began multiplying. Things I couldn't believe I hadn't thought to ask. Stacks of Sam questions piling up in my head like boxes in a warehouse. The big ones were pretty basic. Could I prevent this from happening? Could I get stuck, invisible forever? Was Rippler's syndrome dangerous, apart from possible murderous intentions of mysterious bad guys? Will and his sister shared a small cabin and one cell phone. If I texted questions, she might be the one who read them. She'd hear every word if I called. And Will had dropped enough hints about her hypervigilance that I didn't want her asking him why he had to go outside to talk on the phone. In the end, I composed a carefully obscure text which could be seen as me asking about homework. We had a summer research assignment for AP Biology this coming fall. He didn't respond until after midnight, but I was still wide awake. Experience helps. I have some ideas. Getting stuck, not an issue. Not dangerous. Even with these 3 most important questions answered, I didn't sleep, and that took me back to the sleepless months after the hit and run. Some nights I'd lain awake wishing I could die. Other nights I'd been terrified I'd be killed too. And now, according to Will's vanished professor friend, I had a real reason to be afraid. I would have to spend the rest of my life hiding this ability. Experience helps. I didn't have much. I hoped the papers Will was gathering for me included an instruction manual. But I have some idea solid and his whispered words of fear. He really cares about me. I smiled and uncoiled my body. I'd wondered before if Will felt something special for me. Sometimes I'd caught a glance that felt different from just friends. 3:29 a.m. But everyone else from my team had looked really concerned at the river, too. It was a natural response. 4:09 a.m. What am I doing wondering if Will likes me? Do I not have enough on my plate at the moment? At 4:32 a.m., I staggered outside to sit on the deck. The pool waterfall was turned off, and all was quiet. Overhead, the stars glistened and shimmered, impossibly numerous against a raven-black sky. Panic slowly receded. But by breakfast, I didn't look so good, and Sylvia noticed. "You want to cut today? I can call Coach," she offered. "We want you ready for school next week." No, I was desperate to see Will. "I want to run." Will knocked at the door, and we were off.
"Wow, you look awful," Will said as we headed up the driveway. I didn't respond. Awkward, said Will. "No, it's okay. I'm sure I look like a zombie. I had trouble sleeping. She'd make us move. It's just how she is ever since." He left the thought unfinished, but I knew what he meant. Sometimes you just didn't want to speak your losses aloud. Scaring up pairs of red-winged blackbirds, we thumped along our quiet highway, running in perfect step with one another. The rhythm comforted me. "Thanks for responding last night," I said, "to my questions." "Oh, yeah, Sorry it took so long. I was pulling stuff together for you and trying to keep off Mick's radar, and I didn't notice your text till late. I was just relieved to hear I'm not going to die from this thing. Will grinned. That's good news, huh? So what do you know about controlling what I do? School's starting and all. Will nodded, taking a swallow from his camelback. I've been trying to figure out how it is you rippled without meaning to. That's a little strange, from what I've read. Strange can't be good, I said. Well, I don't know. You said you've only disappeared a handful of times? Yeah, 3 times this summer. Before that, there's one other time I'm sure of, when I was 7. What happened? Where were you? Asked Will. I was at a zoo with my grandma, so I wouldn't ask questions about the cremation. I remember watching polar bears swimming. You could see them in this peaceful room below ground where my grandma had wheeled me in a stroller. I didn't know it was noisy and people were calling my name. I twisted in my stroller to try to find my grandma, and this woman looked at me like she was shocked to see me in the stroller. She asked if I was Samantha, and she ran and got my grandma, who'd been far up the stairs away from me. And Grandma was really upset and crying, and she told me to never run off like that again, which didn't make sense to me, but I kept my mouth shut because she looked so unhappy. I didn't explain that I hadn't left the stroller. Were you depressed for a long time, maybe until just recently? I flushed. The question hit close to home. I didn't answer right away, just breathed in the scent of bear clover, strong already in the August heat, like artichoke and fresh-cut wood. When I spoke, my voice was husky with emotion. I pulled inside myself for a long time. You wouldn't know this because you didn't grow up around here, but I stopped talking to anyone for a couple of years. I got called shy or stuck up, and those were the nice things kids had to say about me. I paused. The next part was harder to admit. Gwyn Lee was my friend, but then she moved to LA and lived there till just last year when she and her mom moved back and opened the bakery. She didn't know about my weird years, so we just picked back up being friends. Then you came along this summer, and now I have 2 friends. Geez, Sam. That's a long time to be alone. I nodded, and we ran in silence for a minute before I felt ready to say more. These last few months, I've finally felt happy again, I said. I'd forgotten what it felt like, waking up and being excited about getting on with my day. I mean, running has always helped with the depression, but only when I'm running, you know? Sure. Ever since I don't know, actually. I've always done it. The leaves feel like dry water when you do it at a run. Dry water? He raised an eyebrow. I smiled and nodded. If you could imagine water running over your hands, and it was dry, that's what it would feel like. Will shook his head, grinning. I was bummed we'd have to stop talking in the next few minutes. I wanted to cram in more questions. So yesterday you said I had a special form of genetic disorder? Oh, right. So usually someone with this abnormality in their genes develops Hellman's disease, which causes sporadic full-body numbness. The hairs on my arms prickled as I remembered something. Well, I had a great-grandma who used to go all numb, to where she couldn't feel anything. They called it a type of leprosy. But she would go months without any symptoms, and she never did any damage to herself like lepers do. Wilner, you don't just go numb, you lose your physical being. When I get too happy? I asked. When your serotonin levels spike. The track loomed ahead. I could see a few team members filling water bottles. So how come I don't vanish when we're running together? I felt my face turning red because of all that could be inferred from my question, but Will just answered it straight-faced. You're using too much of your body's available energy when you run. It takes energy to ripple, and there's not enough left, I'd guess.
I nodded as we pulled into the school parking lot. So if I start to feel too happy, just take off running?
Will guffawed. You could try that.
We'd reached the track, which meant no further discussion for now, but we asked Coach to run us together. Coach liked to mix up men and women by pairs for Monday's timed runs, claiming it made the boys run harder, so a girl didn't beat them, and it made the girls realize what they were capable of. Half an hour later, after warm-up laps and a talk about staying hydrated, Coach released us onto the 7K, my favorite trail, even in the August heat. I began rattling off questions as soon as we got out of earshot. It was harder to talk on a timed run, but I needed answers more than I needed a personal best. Do I have Hellman's disease too?
You can't have both, panted Will. Mick says one or the other shows up, but not both.
And it's rare?
Hellman's is rare. Rippling is ultra-rare.
And my version is called Rippler's syndrome. Will nodded. We had to stop talking as we climbed through a shady mix of blue oak and digger pines. The digger pines weren't impressive like the nearby giant sequoias tourists flocked to see each summer, but I loved their ghostly gray needles and charcoaled bark. Mom had called them survivors. They defied the blistering summers that withered her from the last uphill stretch. My questions were short. Some of his answers were long.
It's really, really rare, he continued, but obviously not so off-the-charts rare that no one ever studies it. I mean, they invented a drug right after World War II that subdues the numbness form, Hellman's.
He frowned and took a long pull of water.
I think I mentioned my dad had the disorder.
I nodded.
His drug habit started because he didn't want to take his neuroprene prescription.
Does he ripple?
No, thank God. He only experiences numbness. Regular Hellman's.
What a name, huh? Hellman's?
Named after a scientist. He deserved the name, Will said, breathing hard. He ran a science lab in Nazi Germany, and he wasn't known for his humane treatment of the patients he studied. After the war ended, he was accused of experimenting on children, but he either killed himself or escaped, so he wasn't tried.
And what about a prescription? For me, I mean, would it help? Will shook his head.
I honestly don't know if it would help with ripplers or not, but Sam, getting a prescription for that drug, it's like painting a big bullseye on your forehead. Hello, here I am. I've got the gene for Hellman's and possibly ripplers. Mick's professor theorized that the person or group killing ripplers carriers uses prescription records to locate their targets.
Got it, I said, a shiver running along the back of my neck. No meds.
There's other reasons to avoid neuroprene, said Will. It causes some pretty undesirable side effects.
Don't worry, you had me at they'll find you and kill you. I chewed my lower lip. A prescription that took away the vanishing would have been awfully nice. How sure are you I can learn to control this?
I'm sure, said Will. I pulled some materials together for you. A lot of it is pretty dry reading, but there's evidence that Nathan catching up to us.
Okay, I said, pushing myself.
Want to go to Las ABC after, to look stuff over? Asked Will.
The Las Abuelitas Bakery Cafe had booths with high sides and lots of privacy. And every good thing made of butter and sugar. I'd love to, I said. It was practically a date. We approached another narrow stretch, and I shouldered my way in front, thundering across a single-file wooden bridge.
No fair, said Will.
I laughed, my legs pumping crazy fast. Coach was shaking his head and glaring as we pulled past him, completing the 7K.
Not good enough, Miss Ruiz, Mr. Baker.
Coach gave the two of us trash detail after practice for 20 minutes, which meant all the warm water was gone by the time I got to the lockers. That was okay. I was hot. I was thirsty, which meant I was already dehydrated. I felt exhausted, but my heart sang. Will had my back, and things were going to be fine. Chapter 3. Little Black Book. I looked through rippled glass set into the river rock wall of Las ABC, the place Gwen's mom opened last year. Will grabbed the front door, which held a massive oval of beveled glass set in an oak frame, hand-carved and probably paid for in gold dust from Bella Fria Creek back during the California gold rush. We slipped inside. It smelled intoxicating, like Sylvia's kitchen at Christmas, brown sugar, butter, and cinnamon. On the bakery case bottom row sat thick frosted brownies, layer cakes, and a berry pie, probably syllaberry, the drought-tolerant hybrid my dad invented. The middle row displayed cookies, all at a kid's eye level. Monster cookies with M&Ms. Ordered an ice water, a syllabary bubble tea, and 2 orders of polvorones. Bridget grinned and popped 2 quarters into a large jar labeled Feline Assistance Fund on the counter. The gray fluff ball at my feet meowed, and Bridget noticed him as she handed me a flyer. "You naughty cat! Why can't you stay in the kennels?" I smiled, taking the flyer. It announced an event called Panning for Felines, happening on Labor Day. "Rufus is not allowed in the bakery, Gwyneth," said Bridget. "How many times do I have to tell you?" "Like I'm the boss of him," Gwyn replied. "Grab the register while I make a bubble tea," Bridget said to Gwyn, dashing to the kitchen. "And get Rufus out." "I did not let him in, Ma," Gwyn said. "Did she hit you up for the gold panning fundraiser yet?" I waved the flyer in reply. "You have a new best friend." She pointed to Rufus, purring loudly at my feet. "He's adoptable, you know." "I'm not what you'd call a cat person," I reminded her. "Cats aren't for everyone. Only don't say that in front of Ma," she said, rolling her eyes. "We're up to 15 or 16 in the cattery. I forget. Hence the fundraiser." She pointed to the stack of colored flyers. "We need pledge sponsors for each hour we pan in case we don't find much gold." "You'll find flakes," I said. "Maybe nuggets." Homework. Ha! I'm so asking Ma to tell me everything about Will. Ma's always chatting with the big sister. "You mean Mickey?" "Mm-hmm," said Gwyn, eyes drifting back to Will. "It's still a date, even if you're doing homework." "Shut up," I said, lowering my own voice. A guest walked up and handed Gwyn a 20 and a ticket. "Keep the change," said the customer. "God forbid I keep any for a tip," Gwyn murmured, popping a black book, and had placed 2 manila folders on my side of the table. "What's that?" I asked, passing his ice water across the table. "Your diary?" "It's my sister's. It was Pfeffer's." "You're reading her diary? Or Pfeffer's diary?" "It's not a diary. At least, I don't think it is. It was in that folder," he said, tapping the one to my right. "Those are all the things Pfeffer gave us for safekeeping before he disappeared." "So this will tell me everything I ever wanted to know about myself?" I looked at the 2 folders. "Yeah, I just grabbed everything in the end. I didn't want Mick catching me looking through her stuff." "I'll be really careful with it," I promised. I wasn't the most scientifically curious of students, but I vowed to read every scrap of paper in those folders. "And I'll get it back by Wednesday, okay?" "Uh-huh," he said. He was really distracted. "So what is it?" I pointed to the black book and grabbed a bit of polverone. "Some book of riddles. I don't think it's actually related to what Mick or Pfeffer studied. Maybe it's math problems." He scratched his head, eyebrows drawn tight in concentration as he looked down at the tiny handwriting. "Let's hear one of them." He looked at me, raised an eyebrow, and flipped back a couple of pages. "Here's the first one. 12 children, and every morning, so you give her the bread. Everyone's happy." Will laughed. "That's better than what I was thinking. I pictured a fight." "Math books aren't so big on fights." Will flipped to the next page.
Listen to this one. 10 children rest under 10 blankets of eiderdown. One chill morning, the eiderdowns are taken to be cleaned. 5 filthy lengths of scratchy wool are brought in while the children march outside in snow. What will happen this bitter night?
Whoever wrote this has serious issues. What's with all the filth and scratching? Will cracked up. His laugh was deep and throaty.
Okay, he said. One more. A bowl of poisoned water sits on a table before 8 thirsty children. As their thirst increases, they try the door, but it remains locked. What will happen when thirst drives them mad?
That's twisted.
You're les enfants. The children, I said, but it's spelled wrong. Right, agreed Will. He puzzled over a couple more pages while I drank my bubble tea. I smiled, remembering the first time I'd noticed him in French class last year when our pregnant teacher's water exploded all over the ugly brown and gray linoleum. Everyone but Will wanted to puke. Will helped her to the office. I think I'll hold on to this book, said Will, but you read through everything else and let me know if you have questions. I pushed the plate with the remaining cinnamon polverones towards Will. I'm done. This bubble tea is really filling. Will stuffed one in his mouth and grunted a thank you, still pouring through the black book. This is some weird stuff, he said, stopping on another page with a long section in blue-inked English. Gwyn walked past, winking at us. Will didn't see it, fortunately. Will's cell vibed loudly from inside his pack. He flipped it open and frowned. It's my sister. She sent me a text from online. That's creative. He scrolled through the message. She wants to know where her stuff is. This stuff, said Will, tapping the packets in front of me. Unbelievable. She hasn't looked at any of this for months, and now she needs it? He shook his head. I pushed the manila folders back, one at a time. It felt ease.
Really? I groaned. A woman needs to know how to drive a car with a clutch. It was something she said all the time. That and a woman needs to know how to use a can of pepper spray. A woman should not have to embarrass herself in front of her teammates, I said to Will as we stuffed ourselves in the tiny Audi. Get ready for a bumpy ride. Will and Sylvia did all the talking as I drove to his house. I had to concentrate to keep from killing the engine at the stop signs. I sent clouds of exhaust into the air each time, revving the car to keep it from dying. And as I watched the toxic clouds dissipating in the rearview mirror, I found myself wondering what kind of person would jot down sick riddles about bowls of poisoned water and thirsty children. Excerpted from the private journal of Gérard Lanferne, circa 1939. Experiment 23, Control Group A. 12 hands grab the basket of rolls, and one comes up empty. The tray of tin cups is set down. 12 hands reach, and 2 close on opposite sides of the last cup. What does it mean? The children ask one another. The 2 who hold the cup battle. Fritz wrenches the cup free after kicking the other child, but the milk splatters everywhere. What does it mean? The children ask again, faces turned to Franz, the clever one, who is also the best in a fight. It means that if it happens again tomorrow, the last 2 can fight for it. The winner eats. Weeks pass, and some of the children begin to hope for days when not enough food is served. Others realize they can force a fight by taking an extra roll. How swiftly and how well the children learn the lessons they are set. Translation by G. Pfeffer. Chapter 4. Illilouette Creek. Dad wasn't real big on me going anywhere with Will, and I got an earful of that through the ducting that goes from our kitchen to my bedroom. He and Sylvia were arguing. I was making my bed, not an everyday occurrence, while waiting to hear the outcome. Will would come by in an hour. "I'm not saying his dad isn't a drug addict," said Sylvia, "but his sister is the one with custody, and she's doing a great job raising Will. She brought him here to protect him from their dad." That was the rumor, but I knew now what else Mick was protecting Will from. I heard Sylvia rapidly tapping her foot. She does this when she's really irritated, but doesn't want to come right out and say you're an idiot. I couldn't make out my dad's response, but Sylvia's foot tempo increased. "Sam's going to Yosemite," she said. "Will's a great kid. He's a good friend to Samantha, and we both know Sam needs friends." My dad sighed long and loud. I had no trouble hearing that. Then he conceded. "Long as he gets her back before 9. My curfew was 11, but I guessed Dad needed to win at something. I smiled. He was a good man. More in love with crops than people at times, but that's what made him a successful farmer. My cell buzzed with a text. Will's sister was coming with us. I frowned and slapped at my comforter, trying to make it lie flat. This changed everything. I kicked a lone flip-flop across the floor. It stopped short of my open closet. Scowling, I walked over, picked up the sandal, and threw it into the back of the closet, slamming the door shut. Mickey was fine in the abstract. She'd even been by the house a few times to trade plant starts and gardening tips with Sylvia. But why couldn't she have stuck to her plan of hanging out at the plant sale all day? I sighed. It is what it is. Sylvia somehow squashed 2 6-packs of Gatorade, 2 bags of chips, and a small cheesecake on ice into my day pack. Will was bringing sandwiches. Dad asked me 3 separate times about my cell. Did I have it with me? Was it charged? Was the ringer on? It was annoying, but I gave him a big hug and told him I'd be fine. Then I saw him frowning at Will and wished I could take the hug back. "Samantha, do you get carsick?" Mickey asked as we finished loading the Jeep. "Sometimes, a little," I admitted. "Okay," she said. "Will drives and you ride up front. Narrow, curvy roads don't sit well with Will. He hurls if he's not driving." "Mick, jeez," Will groaned. "Illilouette is this great waterfall that people never see because you have to hike in to find it. Above the falls, there's a beautiful stretch of creek. Mostly hikers think of it as something to get across, not an actual destination. Which is fine by us, eh, Mick?" Mickey nodded, grinning. The Jeep gained elevation, and the digger pines disappeared. Sugar and ponderosa pines took over. Shrubs and greener ground cover replaced yellow, dry grasses. When we reached Wawona at 4,000 feet, the air was fresher, cooler, scented by resinous pine with the hint of horses and barns nearby. I felt excited. Wawona and Illilouette were names I knew from my mom's paintings of Yosemite. An hour later, we pulled into the large parking lot at Glacier Point and scampered up to the trailhead. I gawked at the overlook, recognizing Half Dome at once. Even in profile, it was unmistakable. To the right of it, I could see 2 thin, bright ribbons of white that had to be waterfalls. "Nevada Fall up top, Vernal Fall below," Will said when I asked if either of those were the waterfall we'd be hiking to. "Illilouette, our fall, is hidden below us." Knobbly domes of granite perched everywhere, the spaces between them filled by the dark greens of pines and brush. Far in the distance, I could see jagged peaks, covered with snow even in late August. Mickey asked politely if I wanted to walk out to Glacier Point itself. I didn't. I said I had a memory of standing there with Mom, and she dropped it. "We should probably get going anyway," Mickey said. "We want time to hang out, plus the time it takes to hike there and back again." The climb down to the creek was lovely. The path had been well maintained. "Our donation's at work," said Mickey. She explained that the national park itself couldn't afford the upkeep on all the hundreds of miles of trails and that an organization collected donations to help out. We saw a few other hikers, mostly smiling backpackers coming out from the high country with a week's worth of grime and sunshine on their faces. The trail was far from quiet, however.
"Hear the waterfalls?"
called Will ahead of me on the path.
"It sounds like the ocean, like waves crashing," I replied.
We rounded another switchback and the reverberation changed, becoming like 1,000 voices whispering together. Nearer, on my damp neck felt like heaven. As we descended into the valley of the Illilouette Creek, the ponderosas clustered into a forest which provided shelter from the intense sun. The wind rumbled through the branches above us, and I felt small and insignificant beneath the murmuring giants. The trail continued in relentless zigzags to the creek below, changing from granite gravel to dark, rich soil. And then the trail diverged, without the rusted metal trail markers we'd seen at other forks. I paused, confused. Will passed me, taking the left path, and Mick passed me to the right.
"My side has the view," Will called back to me.
"My way's faster," Mickey hollered. I followed Will. The brush cleared, and I inhaled sharply at the vista. Before us, Illilouette Creek twisted 90 degrees and plunged to become a waterfall. We stood without speaking, watching the churning water as it raced to the cliff's edge and over, falling down, down, down. If I fixed my eye on a bit of spray, it appeared to tumble in slow motion, like it wanted to avoid the inevitable crash. It made my throat clench, and I felt sad somehow.
370-foot drop,
Will said. He looked over, caught my expression before I could hide it.
"Hey, let's go find a place to sit and eat."
He punched my shoulder, and I smiled. We continued down the path, our shoes kicking up moist, earthy smells. Through the trees, I caught flashes that had to be water. Soon Will and I were bouldering, scrabbling alongside the creek looking for his sister.
"Found her,"
Will called to me. A patch of gravelly sand had collected on the side of the creek where Mickey waited, hands on hips, her back to us. We tumbled the packs off our shoulders. "The water's so loud," I said. "I can't believe they call this a creek."
"Loud but peaceful,"
Will said. Mickey turned to us, smiling. The spot she'd picked had a great view up the creek, where the water coursed white and foaming through the boulders. The view downstream was blocked by a snag, the term Mickey used to describe the fallen tree trunks piled atop one another along the creek. The snag backed the water up, creating a pool maybe 6 feet deep. The creek bottom was filled with varying sizes of rounded granite river rock, uniformly speckled with black. Instead of ordinary whitish granite, I could make out a dozen different shades: ivory, gold, pinky yellows, pale oranges, tans. The multicolored rock tinged the water so that it appeared rosy golden as it rushed downstream. Mom would have known how to paint those colors. Mickey had been quietly emptying her pack and now passed a sandwich to me. From my pack, I grabbed potato chips and drinks to share. Half an hour later, sated and tired, the three of us collapsed, me onto gravel, Mickey against a boulder, and Will against a fallen trunk. I lay on my belly, warm and drowsy from food and the rushing noise of the creek. After a few minutes sitting in silence, Mickey stood.
"I need to take care of something 100 yards or more away from a fresh water source."
I smiled. Mick had a way with words. The day was turning out better than I'd expected. I felt so relaxed I didn't even jump into 20-question mode once she was out of earshot. Beside me, Will searched through a group of smaller rocks and pebbles.
"Sorry about the change in plans," he said.
"It's okay. I'm having a great day."
I like your sister's sense of humor. Sense of humor? She doesn't have one, but she's plenty funny. I laughed at his assessment. Big sparkly rock. Will grunted, a small laugh. I leaned out towards the creek and dipped the tiny globe to see what it would look like. Wet, the black spots leapt out in sharp contrast to the creamy background. I turned it to reveal splotches of pale gold. I set it in front of me in the pea gravel to dry and gazed contentedly at the colorful rocks beneath the slick, smooth surface of the water. Sunlight splattered through tree limbs high overhead, dotting the creek with bright splotches as it flowed inexorably to the falls. I'd never seen anything so lovely, so hypnotic. Will set another round rock beside my first one. I smiled, but didn't reach out for it. I speculated idly what it would look like in the water, but really, it was too comfortable to bother checking. Mickey returned and said, in an upward inflection, "Sam's turn?" My gaze to the new stone. It was pinker than the others. It would look beautiful if it got wet. I reached for the stone. My hand didn't seem to follow my volition, though. Odd, I thought, bending my gaze towards my arm. Then several things happened at almost the same moment. I realized I couldn't see my arm. Will reached out as if to touch me, and out of nowhere, like someone started a movie in my head, I saw a crisp image, a dark-featured girl with her hands on her hips. She looked 13 or 14, and she sure seemed angry. She pointed, shouting, towards a receding ambulance. I couldn't hear what she said. The image faded, I solidified, and Mickey shrieked. Chapter 5. Insubstantial. For a moment, we sat without words as Mickey processed what her eyes had just registered. "Impossible," she whispered. Then, her voice low and icy, she asked, "What have you done, Will?" "Nothing." "She can ripple, Will." Her tone was venomous. "Yeah, no kidding." He continued sorting rocks. Angry fire danced in her eyes, and I was grateful it was directed at her brother. "You swore, Will. You swore an oath on our mother's grave." I didn't know people still did that. "You're making an assumption without checking your facts," Will said. "The hell I am! I just saw her ripple, and you don't so much as blink an eye? I think I have all the evidence I need to understand what's going on here." "I didn't tell her." "Oh, she just figured out you have Rippler's syndrome all by herself?" Mickey asked. "Oh, I get it. You didn't tell her. You showed her." "That's still breaking your promise. God, Will, what were you thinking?" I stared from Will to Mick and back again. Will had Rippler's syndrome? And he hadn't let on? Furious, I shouted, "Why didn't you tell me?" And Will, at almost the same time, shouted at his sister, "I said I didn't tell her and I meant it, but you just took care of that, didn't you?" "What?" Mickey and I asked the question together. Both siblings ignored me. Will's dark gaze matched his sister's. "You heard me the first time." Shock registered on Mickey's face. It looked like Will was the only person not getting a major reveal today, because if I understood right, Will had the same condition I did, only he'd kept it a secret from me because of an oath his sister had forced him to swear on their dead mom's grave. Except now, she'd blown it. Will spoke. "This has nothing to do with you, Mickey." "Nothing to do with me? This has everything to do with me. You're my responsibility." "I don't need you to take care of me, Mick. I'm not a child anymore." "When are you going to grow up, Will?" They were both silent. I spoke quietly. "I can't believe you didn't tell me." "I made a promise," he said. Mickey continued as though I hadn't spoken. "I made a promise, Will. I told Mom I'd watch out for you."
Her voice was tight and pinched, but she refused to give in to tears. "How am I supposed to take care of you if you can't even keep this a secret?"
"I'm not the one who let the cat out of the bag, Mick. And believe me, Sam's perfectly aware of what could happen if someone finds out."
"You've told her what could happen? Oh, that's just great." She threw her hands up. "Great. You never think through the consequences of your actions, do you?"
"I trust her," Will said, his voice quiet and tense.
"Well, that's a damn good thing, isn't it, seeing as how she's holding our lives in her hands at this moment?"
Mickey struggled to maintain her composure, face pale with anger. Will's gaze was cold and hard, unfathomable. Then Mickey spoke softly.
"You need to recognize there are consequences for every action you take, Will."
"Maybe I'm sick and tired of us not taking action," Will said.
"Do you want people to find you? Who should we tell first? Do you want the experimental physicists to know? The CIA? How about the mysterious—"
Me staring at Will. He picked up and skipped a rock. It glanced elegantly across the glassy surface, curving off to the right and clattering onto the rocky shore opposite. "I didn't mean for you to hear it like this," he said gruffly. He chose another flat stone, aimed it across the smooth, wet plain. "I wanted to tell you all along." I felt a lot of ways right now, but hurt topped the list. "I can't believe you never said anything to me." Will continued skipping rocks until he exhausted his supply. He looked around half-heartedly for more, then gave that up as well and lay back with a sigh. "Look, I'm sorry about not telling you. Really, really sorry. But it's like you heard. Mick made me swear on my mom's grave that I wouldn't tell anyone." I kicked my heel against the loose granite gravel, then nodded. "And I'm glad I know. About you," I said, still holding his eyes with mine. "Yeah," he sighed, and his shoulders relaxed several inches. "It'll be a lot easier to teach you how to control what you're doing now I don't have to keep my knowledge a secret." "That'll be great." "That leaves us with one important question," he said, eyes sober and fixed on mine. I straightened up, ready for anything. "Your stepmom," he said. "How's her cheesecake?" I laughed. "It's the best." I reached in my pack and cut him a slice. "Looks great. Forks?" I rummaged through my pack for a minute before remembering I'd left the forks on the counter at home. "Oops." Will shrugged, picked up the whole piece, and stuffed half of it in his mouth. His eyes widened. "It's delicious." I laughed. "I'll tell her you said so." Exactly like that. Will finished chewing and swallowed before adding, "Nice of Mick to take off. More for us." He held out a hand for seconds. I frowned. It was my fault Mickey had taken off. "Don't even think about feeling bad. Mick's like a volcano. She's not happy unless she lets off steam every couple days." Will shook his head. "Seriously, it's her problem, not yours. It's not like you did it on purpose." He looked inquisitive. "To decimate the Merced Mall?" He looked over at me to see if I was serious. "I'm joking." "It would appeal to plenty of people. My dad, for instance. Mickey wasn't stretching it when she said he'd sell me to the highest bidder. Or sell you. He's never cared about anything but his next fix. Least since I've been alive." Will nudged a couple of large rocks into the creek with his foot. "Mom died thanks to his habit." I thought Will had said breast cancer, but I didn't want to bring up things he might not want to talk about. I had led a sheltered existence compared to Will. I had parents, normal parents, who actually loved me. Will only had Mickey. He stood and repositioned himself at the edge of the creek, squatting. I couldn't see his face. He doused his hands, face, and hair. "Hoo-wee," he hollered. "That's some cold water."
He turned and grinned at me. I smiled back and then gazed at the golden creek once more. The surging water would plunge over Illilouette Fall, then join the Merced River where Will had first seen me vanish. All at once it hit me. There'd been water each of the times I'd disappeared. "Will, it's water. Water is what makes me vanish."
"Huh?"
"Get this, Will. I love water. It completely relaxes me to stare at a river or lake or, well, anything with water." Suddenly, I saw a flash from the day we buried Mom. I'd held it together, staring at falling snow and icicles all day. Goosebumps ran along my arms as I realized something else that had happened that day. Something I'd just realized. I'd rippled.
"Huh," Will grunted. "Water. That's different."
"How do you ripple?" I asked.
"Me? Oh,
His eyes took on a glazed-over, faraway look.
I kind of go inside myself, to a space where it's really calm and peaceful. Then I'm gone."
Could I learn to do that, instead of staring at water? Not that I wanted to do this more often. Will interrupted my thoughts.
"If water calms you, that makes sense. Have you always found water soothing?"
As far back as I can remember, Dad says Mom called me her water baby.
"Huh,"
said Will.
"I wonder why you didn't ripple more when you were, you know, before your mom passed."
I hesitated a second, but decided to tell him what I'd just figured out. The day we buried Mom, I must have rippled. People said they couldn't find me. There were icicles hanging from the eaves by my bedroom window seat. I watched drops slide down the spokes and hang a moment before freezing. It was like the house cried for Mom. Those icicles, they were like these pure, perfect things. I heard people talking about me downstairs. How resourceful I'd been, calling 911, how brave I was, which was a bunch of crap. Maybe shell-shocked and brave look the same to adults. I mean, I hadn't cried. Not since the ambulance came to take me. Felt the cold. It was like a wall of ice shattering on me.
"Temperature change," Will said. "It's the biggest clue you get when you ripple. You can't feel the outside temperature, or hunger, or thirst, until you return solid."
I nodded. I wanted to tell Dad I wasn't going, but my teeth chattered so bad I literally couldn't talk. So I let them bundle me into layers. I let them buckle me into the car. I thought meant sugar pine, one needle for each letter in sugar. Was I invisible? I closed my eyes, took a slow breath, and shifted my gaze so that when I opened my eyes I would see, or not see, my knees. My eyes opened. I was gone. I smiled. Thought a smile, anyway. I have no lips to smile with. That is seriously creepy. I thought of turning and found myself facing Will. He wore an enormous grin. He brushed his hand through me and laughed. As his hand passed through me, my vision shifted, and for the second time it felt as if I were looking at a movie. I saw a beautiful girl, smiling and sitting by the creek eating cheesecake. I realized with a shock that the girl was me. Then my vision corrected itself and I was looking at Will again. I'd have to ask him why I kept seeing movies. I turned away from Will's grinning face to the creek. Then I realized if I could turn my head, I could probably walk. I'd never thought of trying to move. I'd assumed I was stuck, in fact. I looked at a large boulder in the creek and launched myself towards it. Magical. I felt as if I were a kayak cutting through a still lake, with nothing resisting my passage. The creek burbled past the place where my legs should be, rather, where my legs were. It was no use pretending I didn't have a strong sense that I still existed somehow. In fact, I had never felt so piercingly alive. I couldn't sense the icy cold of the creek. I felt perfect, temperature-wise, but I could make out a whisper of feeling as I passed through the water, or as it passed through me. It was like when I ran by the willows, arms outstretched. Like dry water. I focused my thought upon the sensation, and it increased from a whisper to a shiver. I needed to solidify, to ask a million questions. I turned to face Will, and, still standing within the creek, I rippled back. An explosive crackling, like thunder, left my ears ringing. Something had gone wrong. Will's alarmed expression mirrored my own. I stood in ice-cold water up to my shins while a last winter's heavy snowpack meant the water flowed swiftly. I couldn't regain my footing, but I hoped I might be able to grab a tree limb as I shot beneath the snag. I reached and missed, the water plunging me under. Icy cold gripped like a giant hand squeezing air from my lungs. I bobbed to the surface again, choking on the freezing water. I grabbed at boulders as I raced past them, but it was hopeless. The rocks were slippery. I was slippery. And suddenly, I was terrified. If I couldn't stop myself, I would plunge over the falls. I want to live. The thought resounded in my head. Forgetting about protecting my head, I flailed, trying to catch hold of something, anything, as I careened with the icy flow. A group of boulders loomed large ahead, forcing the creek to narrow and surge between the solid masses. Something to grab hold of, or be smashed senseless upon. My arms flew to my head again, but water forced its way into my nostrils, down to my lungs, and as I choked, I lost any hope of catching myself against the boulders. I couldn't breathe. No, I was going to be thrown onto the rocks and my broken body would ride over the falls to the Merced River. I coughed furiously, cleared my airway, and tried to see as I hurtled into the stone wall. Chapter 6. Impact. I slammed into the wall. It hurt less than I'd expected. Was I too numbed by the cold water to feel things properly? It seemed as if my body pushed against the current. My eyes opened, and, looking down at my waist, I saw strong arms wrapped tightly around me. Will. He inched us along the boulder to shore, slipping once, but catching himself. I was too exhausted to speak, too numb from cold to help. Thank God, Will sighed low, hugging me to himself. I felt the warmth of his body pressed into mine. I tried to hug back, but my frozen arms didn't respond. My head nestled in the space below his chin, and I breathed his scent of peanut butter sandwich and pine and sweat. We collapsed on droids. I lifted my leaden arm to examine my elbow. It was an ugly scrape. Will reached beyond me and placed something he'd grabbed onto the cut. I winced briefly. "What's that?" I asked. "Cobweb," he replied. "Stops small injuries from bleeding." "Nuh-uh," I laughed, more like a snort. "Where'd you hear that?" "Shakespeare." I coughed, my throat stinging, feeling wild. I recalled the friction-free movement. You can move faster invisible. Well, yeah, if you glide straight through all the rocks and stuff. Wait a sec. You pass through things? I felt dizzy. He shrugged like it was no big deal for him. I thought for a moment. Guess I just passed through water. He nodded. So, Sam, just now, when you rippled back solid upstream, what happened?
I was watching for you, and all of a sudden there's this thunderclap and water flying everywhere, and you in the middle of it all in the creek." I shook my head. "You're the expert. Does an explosion happen like that every time you materialize in water?" Will shook his head. "I've never done what you did." I didn't like the idea that Will was as new to this as I was, but all I said was, "Huh." So materializing in a creek was apparently not a good idea. My mind was invisible while standing in water. "You wouldn't be displacing anything. Water would just rush in to fill the space," I said, guessing. "Probably," Will said. "Congratulations, by the way." "For what?" "For rippling on purpose. Although, the coming back was a bit drama queen." I dropped a hand into the creek and splashed Will. "Hey, what was that for?" he asked, spluttering. "I almost die, and you call me a drama queen?" Will tried to look serious, but his mouth curved up on one side. "Going over a waterfall is not funny," I said. "Very not funny." My own mouth quirked at the corners. "Splat," said Will. We both exploded into giggles, laughing and shaking, gasping for breath. Every time we tried to stop, one of us said splat, and we'd be off again. At last we lay back on the gravel shore, smiling pathetically at one another. Suddenly I wanted to kiss that smiling mouth, taste the little tears that had squeezed out of the corners of his eyes. I swallowed hard. "You don't need complicated right now. Look away." I tried, but my eyes drifted back. Will's lips, soft, full. What would they feel like touching mine? Will groaned, sitting up. "We should start back." I stood, shaky at first. Will reached out an arm to support me, and I practiced not thinking about him holding me again, rooting around in my brain for something else to focus on. I had a few things, fortunately. "You've been seriously holding out about how cool it is, gliding around invisible," I said. "Yeah, well, something about a blood oath and a temperamental sister." "That feeling, though, I don't even know the words. I need a new vocabulary. That sensation of water rushing through your legs when you're invisible. How do you begin to describe that?" He frowned. "I've never paid attention to water flowing through me, but I know what you're getting at. I love walking through walls." "I can walk through walls?" "It's awesome, and they all feel different. Stone walls are amazing, the best. Cement and cinder block walls are a bit, I don't know, screechy or something. You'll see what I mean. And windows are seriously trippy. I won't even try to describe that feeling." He grinned like a kid showing off a missing tooth. "I want to try it," I enthused. "All of it. Any resentment, any fears, any frustration with being a freak fell off me like a shed skin. What I could do—" "You want to find out what it feels like to pass through a rock wall?" I did, but I was worried. What if there were people around? What if I solidified at the wrong moment? He must have seen the conflict in my eyes. "Only if there's no one around. I guess we don't know how well you'll be able to control your ripple yet, huh?" As it turned out, when we arrived, people were swarming all over Glacier Point, so no rock walls for us. And no Mickey, either. We found a note she had placed under the windshield wiper. "Will, I caught a ride with a friend I ran into. You have my keys, assuming you grabbed my pack. Wreck my Jeep, and you're dead. Mick. P.S. Make a donation to the trail fund. You've got my wallet. P.P.S. If you forgot my pack, go back and get it now. You're dead if you left it there." He sent gravel flying with an angry kick. "Forget her. We're getting ice cream." He turned and began walking back to the snack bar. I hesitated, and he looked behind to see why I wasn't with him. I didn't bring any money, I said. Will laughed, unzipped a pocket of his sister's pack, and pulled out her wallet, waving it in the air. Mix buying. A few minutes later, we sank our teeth into Toll House cookie ice cream sandwich nirvana. Will popped the change from his sister's 20 into the Yosemite Trail Fund box. Will finished before I did and started digging through his pack. Look. He held up the small black book of riddles, waving it gleefully. A couple of tourists looked over at him as they moved past in a line. Let's drive up the road. It's kinda crowded here, murmured Will. I knew he must be putting off seeing his sister. I was happy to be the person he preferred. We drove the switchbacks out of the parking lot, and a mile later, Will turned off for Washburn Point. Another view to make you forget to breathe. You can't see Yosemite Valley from here, Will said apologetically. I don't miss it, I whispered. I felt suspended on top of the world, dangling aloft over one of its edges. Will smiled. Come on. He scrambled up a large boulder, sat, and pulled open his sister's pack. He thumped a section of rock next to him. Sit close and we won't have to talk loud. I scooted to where I could feel his breath, warm on my bare shoulder. A chipmunk joined us on the boulder, inquisitive. Will flipped through the book, looking for additional sections with English translations. The chipmunk turned its head to one side and made a dash to retrieve a bit of potato chip by Will's feet. I see words that remind me of Spanish or French, he said. I nodded in agreement. Some of this looks like Latin. Maybe we should try a translating program online? We could try Latin to English and see what comes up. Wait, I said. Flip back a couple pages. There. I pointed at the small, neat handwriting, another English translation. Leaning our heads together, we read. In a dark, cold room, 3 boys with eager fists approached 3 other boys. Give us your blankets, says the largest boy, Hans. The smallest, Wolfie, is clever but not strong, and he passes his blanket to Hans. It is scratchy, and it smells of rotten vegetables. Take it. Hans sniffs the blanket, discovering the small boy has told the truth. He drops the coverlet to the ground. Give me yours, Hans demands of another of the boys, the one with brown eyes. I'm sharing with Karl and Wolfie, replies the brown-eyed boy. He stands his ground, although he is afraid. You find someone else to share with. Hans shrugs and turns as if to concede. Then, as a smile warms the brown eyes, Hans turns suddenly, delivering a savage kick to the stomach. Pepper, cry Karl and Wolfie. Hans grabs the blanket as Pepper struggles for breath. The translation ended, and I stopped reading, looking up. The beauty of the Sierra Nevada spread about us no longer spoke to me. I felt sick. It's like the scratchy blanket thing really happened, said Will, assuming this is someone's journal. I nodded. You okay? Asked Will. This book isn't just a journal. It's someone's experiments written down. What if the other ones happened too? About the food and the poison? It's revolting. A twisted experiment in eugenics and behaviorism. Will gazed out over the Sierra. Survival of the fittest. My hand a quick squeeze and released it, fishing his sister's keys from a pocket. His very angry sister's keys. Would she take him away from Las Abuelitas? I couldn't let him go. Do you think your sister's packing up your place right now? He frowned. The thing is, if Mick's curious enough about you, she won't want to leave. She's got scientific curiosity, but she's paranoid. She could go either way. I felt cold, what with an exhausting hike, a near-death experience, and a belly full of pizza. But my mind refused to shut down.
Will is just like me. How crazy was that? Will couldn't leave town. I couldn't lose him. I had to keep him here. I jumped out of bed, shoved my legs into the first pair of jeans I found, and pulled a hoodie over my nightshirt. This couldn't wait until tomorrow. I had to sneak out of the house. I smiled because all I needed to sneak out of the house was a little running water. Sylvia did my bathroom like those magazines with bathroom as artwork on the back cover. And right now, what I needed was to run some water out of my artsy faucet into my artsy basin. I flicked on the lights and started the water. Sitting on the edge of my tub, I gazed at the cylinder of moving liquid, but the fluorescent lighting overhead didn't exactly cast the room in an inspiring glow. I rummaged through a drawer of scrunchies and cotton balls and found what I needed. Striking a match, I lit 2 votives, one on either side of the sink. Then I flicked off the fluorescence. The column of water descended noiselessly into the basin, and with a luminary on either side, the water seemed to catch fire, pulsing and glowing with each flare and gutter of the burning candles. I thought about all that water running while I was gone, probably breaking 14 California laws on conservation. I stood to plug the drain and turn off the water. The water in the basin shimmered in the candlelight. It was magical, elemental, a dance of fire and water. I caught a ripple passing across the mirror behind the sink and looked up to see myself fade. Weird. I glided downstairs, past my dad and Sylvia. They tidied the kitchen while discussing me and Will. I wanted to hear the conversation, but I wanted to get to Will more. Dad opened the sliding glass door, and I dashed outside, relieved I didn't have to try walking through walls at the moment. Passing invisibly down the dilapidated highway towards Will's house, I saw pairs of nocturnal eyes flicker my direction before taking flight. Did they sense a disturbance as I passed? I laughed, without a mouth. Strange. No wonder animals ran from me. As I neared the baker's cabin, I began to have second thoughts about knocking on their door. They could be sleeping. They could be packing. And how the heck was I planning to force them to stay? The thought of Mickey's temper made me want to run back home. I saw lights on inside and heard voices in the yard out back. I ghosted behind the old house and saw Mickey standing where the house lights cast a glow upon her. She glared at her younger brother. I pulled back into the shadows, all thoughts of rematerializing gone for the moment. Gazing past the siblings into the cottage-sized dwelling, I saw stacked boxes. They were moving. I felt a deep ache inside, even without a body. "I won't go," Will said. He was turned from me, but I could imagine the stubborn expression playing across his face. "You damned well aren't staying," Mick replied. "I'm 18. You can't force me to go anywhere, not if I don't want to." "Is this about her?" "That's none of your business." My heart squeezed. "You know how complicated our lives are right now," said Mickey. "This is not the time. It wouldn't be fair to her." "I'm not having this conversation with you, even if there were anything to talk about." Mickey let loose a string of highly uncomplimentary adjectives ending with the word idiot. Neither spoke for cautiously put one arm over her shoulder. "There's something I haven't told you," Mickey said, her voice flat, dull. 3 researchers who studied Hellman's disease just died from a gas leak. They studied Hellman's, Will, not even Rippler's syndrome. Things are escalating. Chapter 7. Overheard. A shiver ran along my spine. It took me a moment to realize what that meant, that I had a solid spine again. The shadows hit me as I listened. "I read it in the Fresno Bee 2 days ago. I didn't know how to tell you or what we should do about it. I hoped time hiking in the park would help me clear my mind. Mickey sniffled, passing the back of her hand across her nose. And I wanted to give you a nice memory to keep of your new friend. Will, I was thinking about moving already, even before finding out there's another Rippler in this town.
How do you know they were killed? Did the paper say it was murder?
Well, come on. Gas leaks? It's like whoever's behind this isn't even worried about covering their tracks.
You're telling me the truth, Mick? This isn't some crazy way to get me in the Jeep right now?
Like I'd make this stuff up?
You hid this from me.
I hid it so the news wouldn't wreck your trip to Yosemite.
Will hurled a rock far into the dark night. Geez, Mick, when are you going to stop treating me like a kid?
She put her head in her hands, elbows resting on her knees.
Will sighed heavily and looked at his sister. Oh, crap. I'm sorry. I know you'd do anything to keep me safe.
Not lie to you, idiot.
Yeah, okay. I said sorry.
Mickey shambled to one of her garden beds and began pulling weeds, something I'd seen Sylvia do when she was stressed. She said, "The water Will guided over my eyes had already removed the dirt, but not the scratchy feeling." Mickey moved her brother, held my head in one hand, and slowly poured milk over my eyes. The relief was amazing. "Thanks." I sneezed as milk ran up my nose. "A towel here, Will?" Mickey's voice had a defeated edge. "Where'd you learn that? About milk?" I asked. "Raising this idiot," Mickey mumbled, passing me a towel. I dabbed at milk, tears, mud, and a bit of leftover mascara draining from my eyes. Glamorous. "Didn't see you hiding there in the dark," said Mickey. I couldn't tell if her remark was an apology or an accusation. "It's okay," I mumbled beneath the towel.
"What did you hear out there?" Will asked me.
Mickey muttered, "Oh, here we go," and collapsed onto an ancient papasan chair, cradling her head in her hands. "Something about dead people who studied Hellmans," I replied.
"It's past your curfew," Will said. "Did you ripple to come over here?"
I nodded, a proud smile spreading across my face. I wanted to whisper to Will how amazing it was, gliding through the night like a shadow, but seeing his sister, I wiped the grin off my face. Will turned to Mickey.
"There's one option you haven't considered yet."
She looked up at him wearily, across a row of boxes filled with books and kitchen pots. "Killing you myself so I don't have to worry about someone else beating me to it?" Will laughed. His sister scowled.
"Mick, you've finally met someone who can ripple," Will said. "Besides me, obviously. Just think about how much more there is to learn here. Not to mention, your objectivity would be 1,000,000% if you didn't have to rely on me for all your info on rippling."
He wanted to know more about me. "I'd be honored to be a part of your research," I said. "I'll sleep on it," Mickey said. She rose and walked down a short hall and kicked open what had to be her bedroom door.
"Her door sticks bad," Will muttered.
Will insisted on walking me home. The Jeep would have drawn attention to the fact I was breaking curfew, and he wasn't having me go by myself, which I told him was nice, but a bit pointless. I could have just rippled again and kept perfectly safe. He shrugged and smiled.
"Maybe I like your company better than my sister's at the moment."
My heart squeezed. "I was afraid you'd be packing up," I whispered. "I came over to check."
"We were packing. Well, my sister was," he said. "But I don't think she'll go through with it. Not after the way we both played the knowledge card on her." He laughed. "You were brilliant. I'd be honored? Genius."
I had 2 text messages, one each from Will and Gwyn.
"I know Mick's curiosity will get the best of her. See you Monday."
I sent a smiley face to Will and flipped to Gwyn's message.
Okay, Sam, spill the beans. How was Yosemite? I heard you came back alone. I mean, without his sister? I am getting kittens in Oakhurst. Come with. Tell me everything. I pointed out she couldn't legally drive me. Hello, tell your folks I'm 17, she replied. My folks didn't ask, and within an hour, Gwen and I were humming down the road in her mom's Mini Cooper. Before we left my driveway, she started the cross-examination. So, Yosemite? Tell me everything. The whole town says you came back with just Will last night. I rolled my eyes. Why would the whole town even care? Well, in case you hadn't noticed, there's a distinct lack of entertainment options here. Sam as entertainment? This was new. I tried to figure out what I could reveal, what I had to hide. They had a fight, I finally said, and she took off, and we were supposed to meet up at the car, but then she left a note saying she'd gotten her own ride home. Wow, fighting with your sibling takes on a whole different dimension when there's no mom or dad to force you to get along. Yeah, I agreed. They get along pretty well. I think Mickey has kind of a short fuse, though. Bet she gets that from her bad dad, Gwen said. Probably. So I asked Ma about Will. She looked at me anxiously. How much do you like him? My smile gave me away. Uh-oh, she said. What do you mean, uh-oh? I demanded. I'm not sure you're going to like what I have to tell you. So stop being dramatic and just spit it out. She lowered her sunglasses till they rested on the tip of her nose and then looked imperiously over the top of them at me. Moi? Dramatic? Please. I sighed. She was impossible to hurry in this mood. So, you know how Ma has all these rental properties? Asked Gwen. No, I said. I thought she just owned the bakery building. Yeah, that and about a dozen others, said Gwen, taking a curve 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. My eyebrows leapt up. Really? No offense, but you guys don't exactly live like real estate tycoons. And what does this have to do with Will? I'm getting there, Gwen said. And you're right. The living simple is this totally Chinese thing. You work your ass off so your kids can get ahead. Gwen rolled her eyes dramatically. That sounds nice, I said, wondering how I'd get us back to Will again. Yeah, Ma has this plan I'm going to be a doctor, so she's saving for med school, which I'm totally not doing. I'm moving to Hawaii and opening a yogurt stand. You can work there for me if you want. I chuckled. Okay, Gwen, just cut to the chase and tell me this bad stuff your mom told you about Will. Fine, she paused. So here's the thing. Will and Mickey rent from Ma, and their rent is paid every month from one of those tiny countries in Europe that have banks people use to hide their money because it's illegally acquired or dirty somehow. Slovakia. No. Sweden, maybe? Do you mean Switzerland? I asked. That's the one, she said, red lips pinching together. Switzerland. So anyway, some nefarious criminal pays their rent every month. I frowned. I don't think having a Swiss bank account makes you automatically a criminal, Gwen. She shrugged. Or maybe their dad makes big money selling drugs and they know all about it, but they turn a blind eye. Or maybe their mom wanted to prevent their dad from ever accessing her kid's money, I said. Honestly, Gwen, just because you can make up a crazy story doesn't mean it's true. Maybe, but Ma says they're a strange pair. This from the woman who thinks you want to be a doctor? She laughed so hard she snorted. Yeah, maybe you're right. I'm just saying, this is Will Baker we're talking about. Politest guy on the planet, Will. And Sylvia really likes his sister. I know, said Gwen, sighing, but I care about you. And I sensed this was an argument I couldn't win. But I'll give you cute, she said, grinning mischievously. He's all over tall, dark, and handsome. I smiled. Maybe he's bipolar, like Jekyll and Hyde, said Gwen. I shook my head. I don't think being bipolar was Hyde's problem. Not to mention, it's fiction. Truth is stranger than fiction, girlfriend, said Gwen, looking at me over the top of her sunglasses again. You dating thing. You like him? I want to be his friend. Liar, liar, pumpkin eater. I cracked up. Liar, liar, pumpkin eater? Pants on fire, whatever. Quit laughing at me or I'm taking you home right now. I laughed harder. The only reason you are in this car is because I felt sorry for you, said Gwen. It was a joke between us. When Gwen had moved back to Los Abs last year, she had seen me and remembered about my mom's death and felt sorry for me. There you were at the track, pretty much daring anyone to come over, looking like the opposite of someone I would have said hi to in Orange County. And me thinking, oh, what the hell, I'm going to go rattle that girl's cage and bestow my everlasting friendship upon her. I snorted. So be nice to me, or I'm dumping you like last year's high heels. Slow down. Cops like to hang out here. I pointed to the speed limit sign as it flashed by, said, flushing deep red. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. You don't have to do that. That walking on eggshells thing with me. Okay, she said. I mean it. Truly. I like that you speak your mind. Yeah, she said, before my brain has a chance to catch up. Exactly. I'd wished for years that someone would simply talk to me instead of looking all sorry for me. At least you say words. Hey, Sam. She bit her lip. No eggshells, right? Just say it. Ma said there was a girl with your mom, and she died too. Maggie. She was my best friend. She was driving with me and Mom that evening. Maggie had her new kitten with her, and she let me hold it. She made a big deal about how I had to hold on no matter what, but when we stopped at my house, the kitten clawed me, and I let go. It jumped out the car door and ran into the street, and that's why Maggie and Mom were in the road when the drunk driver struck them down. This is another speed trap, I said, pointing to an upcoming 25-mile-per-hour sign. Sorry, I sighed. I'm a little hyper-aware when it comes to cars and driving. I would be, too. We pulled into the Sierra Cares Animal Advocates parking lot, and Gwen picked up 3 rescue kittens. As we climbed back into the car, she said it felt awful not taking more. Like it's my fault the rest of them could die, she said. Sierra Cares is a no-kill facility, I pointed out. Besides, you can't rescue every cat in the state of California. You shouldn't feel guilty. Well, I do, and I don't care how I'm supposed to feel. I knew all about having to conform to what you're supposed to feel. I'd learned early on to tell counselors that I knew Mom's and Maggie's deaths weren't my fault, rather than confess how I really felt. I was quiet. Hello? Yes, you. I stared awkwardly at my feet. Oh, my God, I'm such an idiot. You probably can't stand cats after... She squeezed my hand as we pulled into my driveway. Leaning over, she gave me a huge hug. Forget about the cat. And forget everything I said about Will and his sister. I'm sure he's a very nice person with no dark secrets to hide. I smiled and said goodbye. Gwen drove off, and my phone buzzed across the hills, our fall color. We arrived at the small cabin, and I smelled chocolate. Mickey greeted me and then turned to her brother. The timer went off 5 minutes ago, and I took them out. Brownies. I hope you didn't go to all this trouble just for me, I said. I didn't, Mickey replied. Will's the chef around here. Will checked the brownies. They could have used another couple minutes. I did what you said. I took them out when the timer went off. I said to test them with a knife first. You said to take them out and test them with a knife, Will interrupted. Next time, take your own stupid brownies out of the oven. Next time, I won't make any, I intervened. I love gooey brownies. Sylvia always overcooks them because she likes the edges crunchy. which I think is gross. That is gross, said Mick and Will in perfect synchronization. Mickey cleared her throat. So, as you can see, we are staying put in Las Abuelitas for now. Will settled at the counter, grinning and cutting vegetables. And Will and I have agreed no more secrets, Mickey said, between the three of us. How hot do you like your salsa? Will asked. Pretty hot is good by me, I replied. Will told me you think you rippled for the first time right after your mom's death? Asked Mickey. She wasn't wasting any time gathering information from me. That's the first time as far as I know, I said. Did you find water calming prior to your mom's passing? She asked. Sure, I replied. I've always liked water. My earliest memories are of times I was staring at the water in the creek or the ocean. And you're sure you never rippled any of those times? I am sure I didn't on at least one occasion, because Mom got it on film. If you vanish, you wouldn't show up on film, would you? No, replied Will, laughing. Of course not. I shrugged. It's not like I have a user's manual here. Mickey frowned at her brother and asked me to tell her about my memory. It was the weekend before Mom died, actually. We went to Lake Havasu for a growers' convention. I played on the shore all weekend. Mom forgot my Donald Duck towel, and I said the hotel towels were scratchy, and after I complained enough, she let me bring the sheet off my bed instead. I remember how the sheet sounded, flapping in the wind. I liked the snapping and fluttering, and I liked how the water looked, and I stood ankle-deep in the lake for 95 minutes, mesmerized. Mom made a movie of me standing there with the sheet billowing out like a superhero cape. She forgot to turn it off, and that's why I know how long I stood there. Mom set the camera down, thinking it was off, and from then on you see my feet moving in and out of the water. I lowered my voice. I still dream about that day at Havasu. I thought of it as the best day of my life for, forever. It certainly sounds like your serotonin levels were elevated, said Mickey. I wonder why you didn't ripple. I tried to remember the last time I'd dreamed of the sheet snapping in the wind and my mother's laughter behind me. It had been a while. My life was happier now. I needed the dream less and less. Mickey seemed to notice my shift in mood. Sorry if that was a hard thing to recall, Sam. I forget to be sensitive sometimes. Will snorted from the kitchen. Mickey ignored him. We have plenty of other things to go over. There's some information we'd like to share with you. Will hummed as he chopped through a bunch of cilantro. Sam, would you juice these limes for me? He stopped chopping. Sorry, go ahead, Mick. He saw my eyes zip to Mickey. Mick and me in the kitchen together? Not good, said Will. I stepped over to help. The limes scented the hot, stuffy cabin with citrus. You going to show her the letter before we're senior citizens? Asked Will. Mickey made a sound that combined growling and grunting and walked to a desk. Will laughed noiselessly. Step over here when Chef Will decides to release you, Mickey said. She stood at a small, crowded table that functioned as a desk. Their home was compact. Kitchen and family room occupied one room together. On the wall beside the desk, I saw a map of the world. There were red dots concentrated in various countries, the heaviest concentration of dots in locations that I knew recreated a map I'd looked at before. There were lots of dots immediately north of where Las Abuelitas snuggled into the base of the Sierra. More dots in the south of France. More in Russia, Alaska, below the Nile River in Egypt. I tried to remember the connection these locations had to one another. Mick interrupted my reverie. This July, I began a correspondence with someone claiming to be a friend and colleague of my former advisor, Dr. Pfeffer. Will chimed in. Correspondence isn't quite the right word, Mick. His sister rolled her eyes. He began sending me information, both written and stuff on encrypted mini-drives.
I'm not allowed to write him back.
Not that you would have, anyway, Will interrupted.
I only correspond with coded yes or no answers, or simple bits of information that he has me send via personal ads in various small, local French newspapers.
Never thought I'd be using my French to write love letters for my big sister, Will said.
Will, stuff it already, snapped his sister.
Especially to some 90-year-old dude.
Mickey closed her eyes and moved her lips like she was counting to 10. She continued. So here's what we know so far.
If he's dead, we'd be history already. He's got a lot of resources at his disposal.
He's probably too old to come to California and kill us himself, Mickey said, but he could afford to hire someone to do it.
Took me a while to convince Mick on that one, though, said Will.
Suddenly, I felt paranoid about this Sir Walter. What if he plans to kill you later? You know, like get a bunch of information from you first, then kill you. I worried about that, Mickey said. But I'm reassured on 2 points. Killed, Mickey said. I don't know what it marks. I'm dying to ask Sir Walter if he knows, but that would be breaking his rules on our correspondence.
Sir Walter sent us an identical map, Will said, part of his proof that he was friends with Pfeffer.
Sir Walter wrote as though he thought I'd know what the map meant already, said Mickey. The map he sent was printed on Pfeffer's crappy Big Bertha printer. You can see where it skips in all the same places. These locations remind me of something, I said.
The meteorites with that element, Tobiasite, Will said, from the geology unit last year.
Geology, right. That was where I'd seen a map marked up like this. I'd actually made a map highlighting these locations. Not meteorites, Will. Gold. These are all places where significant gold mining has taken place. Will walked towards us.
I did a report on those meteorites. The red dots mark places they were found.
He extended an avocado-smeared finger towards the map. Respect the research, man. Mickey slapped Will's messy hand away. Don't you have things to finish up in the kitchen? Will shrugged and walked back, licking his fingers clean like a cat. I swallowed and looked away from him, concentrating on not thinking about his mouth, his lips. I did a report on gold mining, for the same class, and I'm sure about these locations, I said.
Maybe.
It's listed under the heading of California, USA. All gold rush towns, listed in alphabetical order. At the bottom, Bella Fria had been added in pencil. I pointed to Bella Fria. That's the abandoned mining town right by us. Yeah, said Mickey. A phantom smile flickered briefly across her face. Pfeffer said we'd be safe here in his final letter.
He rented us this house, said Will. He didn't say anything about how safe we'd be here.
What else does Bella Fria looks promising mean, coming from a man who knew he was about to be killed, pea-brain? Asked his sister. Will shrugged in response, then added,
Dinner's ready.
I sat down in front of the coffee table that doubled as their dining table. Smells awesome, I said. Will grinned.
Hey, Mick, you want to get your nose out of the map? We're eating here.
I'm checking something, said Mickey.
When Mick was, driving back from Fresno earlier today, she picked up tamales and fresh corn tortillas from my favorite taco truck. To make peace. And to force me to make my pico de gallo. Will flashed a huge white grin as he set the salsa down. My heart and stomach flopped around like fish out of water as two different hungers competed inside me. I turned my attention to the food. The salsa pretty much lit my mouth on fire, and I grabbed extra sour cream to cool. It looked like it was written with a feather pen, all tidy, with elegant curlicues. The first letter he sent us. I began to read. My dear Miss Mackenzie Baker, I wish to present myself to your notice as a colleague and a friend of the late Professor Pfeffer. He spoke to me of you in terms of highest praise, both for your intelligence and the remarkable caution with which you have thus far preserved the safety of your interesting sibling. As someone with more than a bit of interesting myself, I am able to sympathize with the difficulties this must present to you. I should like to suggest a correspondence between us, as I believe that I have the ability and knowledge to be of usefulness to yourself and your brother, whose name Dr. Pfeffer has withheld from me. Also, I confess I wonder if you might be of usefulness to myself, but more of this at a future time. I enclose a copy of a map sent to me by my dear friend before his demise. Perhaps you will recognize it. It marks sites which are of mutual interest to all of us who esteemed Pfeffer's work. If you should choose that our correspondence continues, perhaps you would be so kind as to notify me by means of the enclosed form. Believe me to be your sincerest well-wisher, Voldare de Rochefort. Will turned to me. You're going on that trip to France, right? Maybe you can meet him. I'm not involving Sam in our problems. Mickey glared at her brother. He wants to meet with us, Will said, but Mick has this thing about accepting charity, and no way can we afford a trip to Europe. Shut up, said his sister. The French club group needs another chaperone, I said. Chaperones travel free, but it's not charity. It's hard work, according to Sylvia. She went with her niece's class before she and my dad got together, and she won't do it again for anything. I don't have a problem with Sir Walter paying my way, said Will, but you go ahead and earn your way. Humph, grunted Mickey. It was obvious she wanted to change the subject. So, de Rochefort, Sir Walter, was alive during World War II? I asked. Give her the second letter, said Mickey, nodding. Here's the important part, Will said, pointing to the second page. I have a long acquaintance with Monsieur Dr. Ellman and his investigations into the many secrets about the irregularity that bears his name. As you have probably guessed, I have good means to secure myself against being discovered. I did what I could, during the Second World War, to lessen some of the atrocities he committed or contemplated. After the war, he disappeared, residing, I believe, in your own country of America. I guessed this because the manufacturing of neuroprene, one of the chemicals he used for his human experimentations, began in your country shortly after his disappearance. Well, I thought, perhaps he has turned to philanthropy after all, or succumbed to his desire for riches, the least distasteful of his appetites. Whatever his origin— Hard to be certain, Mickey replied. Oh, I think that's what he's talking about. What else could he mean? Will asked. Well, Mickey began, her voice dripping sarcasm, we could make any number of guesses as to what he means and be wrong 100 times. He's a rippler, Will muttered. Here, Mickey handed me a French newspaper clipping. He sent this along with letter 2. Le Monde? I asked. This is the big Paris paper. Like the Wall Street Journal, except for France. I began reading and translating an article printed 2 weeks ago about Hellman's disease. It says a total of 263 Hellman's carriers responded to an email offer for a reduced-cost neuroprene substitute, and they're all dead now, Will said. That's crazy, I whispered. Yeah. Mickey's expression was cold and hard. I'm guessing this was what kept him busy the past few weeks. You have to meet him, Mickey, I said. You have to tell him everything you know. This is terrible. What do you want to bet the same person behind the deaths here in the United States was behind those murders? Will asked. I need to find out what the red dots mean, Mickey sighed. I need to speak with Walthart de Rochefort. Excerpted from the private journal of Girard Lanferne, approximately 1400. I saw her leave today and followed. She left alone. But to meet him, They arrived by design, I am certain. Beside the river, where the willows grow to the water's edge, I saw them. Side by side they lay, gazing into one another's eyes, they whispered. Sometimes Valdar would make to press his lips upon hers, but ever, when he tried, she became air, shivering away from his touch, I thought. This is good, I let myself say. She likes him not. Closer I edged to hear what they spoke. It was nothing to give my heart pleasure. Lisaba, you know I will marry you regardless, spoke he. She drew her dark brows together. I know. Nor will I seek another lover. I can live as the brothers at the monastery so long as I have you beside me, said he. She sighed, running her hand upon his face and withdrawing it quickly, as though burned. I can have no child knew well played across his face. Come away with me, he whispered. Never, she said. Both lay silent a long while. At last I saw a tear and then another upon his cheek. The weakling. She turned to him, wiping his face as I have seen her do for a brat who has spilled himself upon the great hall floor. But then she kissed him, and as he turned his body to her, she vanished. He groaned. She reappeared. This same manner of thing happened twice again. My anger burned as though it would consume the forest, but I could not look away. Again they embraced. Always she faded, but then returned. It is no use, heart of mine, she said to him at last, pulling back from his kiss. And I knew. Her heart would never be mine. Though she wed me, though he should perish in battle, or to ruin my enemies. Who has done what I have done? Who is like me, that he can control the beasts of the forest? Alas, I did not bid the boar to be silent. He squealed a hideous sound which gave the pair time to disappear into air, mightily puzzling the creature. I have lost, thought I. But no, this day has seen me victorious. This evening, Elisabeth de Rochefort pledged herself to be mine. Translation by G. Pfeffer. Chapter 9. Hitting the Wall. Sounds like one of us skipped breakfast, Will said, as my stomach growled noisily on our way to school the next day. I'd slept in late and skipped eating a real breakfast in order to bike to school with Will. Syl made me take a couple of cereal bars. I pulled one out, tore the wrapper with my teeth, and pushed my breakfast up from the bottom of the plastic wrapper, remembering another of my questions about rippling. How long does it take to get hungry or thirsty when you're invisible? Will's brows contracted as he thought about it. I went once for 3 days without food or water. Seriously? 2 summers ago, Mickey had to leave for job training for 4 days. It wouldn't have been a big deal, except she forgot to leave me grocery money. So I ate my way through all the bread and there wasn't any food in the apartment. You should have grabbed food from next door, a little something from everyone, not like a huge raid on any one person. I mean, you could walk through walls. He frowned. Nah, that's too much like something my dad would do. I take a Pop-Tart from someone, it's stealing. I nodded, but I was pretty sure I'd have stolen the stupid Pop-Tart. My life was sheltered, easy. I'd never seen our fridge or pantry empty. And he would show me some of his favorite things to walk through. He felt that with my being newer at the whole thing, it would be safer to do this at night. He also gave me homework, insisting that I practice rippling and reappearing on my own for a few days. Great, I said, because it's not like I'm going to get any homework today or anything. We don't want to repeat having you materialize inside anything. I want you to ripple away and practice telling yourself to look and make sure you're clear first before you ripple solid, he said. I continued through the first day of school, gathering homework. At lunch, Will and I sat together, and today Gwyn joined us. She fluttered from click to click in our small high school, like she didn't acknowledge the well-defined barriers the rest of us saw. And everyone just let it happen, because everyone liked Gwyn. She sat and launched into the woes of being the daughter of Bridget Lee. "Ma's forcing me to take AP Biology," she whined, which means I'm already behind her sandwich. "Great. Organic PB&J on whole grain bread. Again." She stared longingly at my preservative-laden ham and Swiss on sourdough. "Just take it." I passed her my sandwich. All that week I practiced, getting ready for our Sunday night rippling class. Control meant secrecy. Secrecy meant safety from whoever wanted me dead. It didn't hurt that I expected to have some fun learning this control. I think you'll like glass a lot. Then we could try the gym for cinder block. I don't know if you'll like it, but it's interesting. I realized how nervous I felt now that we were actually going to do this. I mean, we were talking about walking through solid objects here. I thought we could avoid a disaster like at the creek, but it was still a sobering reminder that Will didn't know everything. He glanced over at me as we pulled into the Murrieta Park parking lot. "You okay, Sam? You're so quiet." "I'm scared." I thought ahead. "Check this out." He pulled out the small camera he'd taken on our trip to Yosemite. My heart fell to the bottom of my stomach. "You're going to film this?" "No, I have some footage of Illilouette Creek to calm you. Water, right?" "You're a genius." He shrugged. "You know the willows here in the park? Well, they're not exactly a wall, but the branches form a solid mass, and you like running your hand through them, so I'm thinking maybe we could start there." A whispering chorus. Will approached the murmuring branches, faded, and was gone. He reappeared seconds later with a huge smile. "You're going to love it." "Yeah, okay." I held out the camera where I could see it. "The camera's going to go invisible at the same time you do because you're touching it. Just a heads up." I nodded. That would have distracted me. "Oh, and Sam, one more thing." "Yeah?" "Step away from the branches before you come back, in case branches explode like water." I nodded, trying to smile. I looked at the tiny, bright screen and saw the creek in miniature perfection. The water looked glassy still, but as I watched, a pine needle cluster worked free from a rock and spun lazily into the current and out of the frame. The image rippled away. My invisible lips smiled, confidence coursing through me. I turned to the willows. Leaves and branches that felt like, and the incredible taste. Wow! We tried out different words for the sensation of the willow branches as they passed through us. Prickly and needling we rejected. Slithery and ticklish worked. "You'll like passing through glass if you like that," he said, "but it's too early to risk being seen in front of school. We should probably wait till after midnight for that." "My curfew's 11:30. "Oh, right. So maybe we head over to the bakery now. You've got to try a rock wall." He grinned eagerly at me. I nodded and we turned to walk down Main Street. "How did you figure out you could walk through walls? That must have taken some nerve the first time." "My dad threw me at our fireplace when I was 7. Instinct kicked in, and the next thing I knew, I was invisible and sailing right through this screechy brick wall. I stood outside, trying to figure out what happened and if I was dead or alive. A few days later, I got curious, watching all this from behind the couch, and Mom comes out of the kitchen and sees Mickey and freezes, tells him to let go of her, she's a child, stuff like that. Dad's shouting even louder how he knows she's hiding $100,000 somewhere in the house and she better get it quick. She grabs an envelope she got at the bank that afternoon. I'd been with her and watched them count it out, and I know it's only a couple hundred, so I'm getting pretty scared what he'll do if he counts it. Plus, Mickey's face is a bad color, and I'm thinking he might actually kill her this time. Will paused to point me into the alley beside Bridget and Gwen's. He continued. Then, after Mom gives him the money, he clocks her, and she goes down like a rag doll. I just lose it. I mean, I actually see red for a couple seconds. I ripple solid and charge him. I get a couple of good soccer kicks in on his shins before he even notices me. But when he sees it's me hurting his shins, he drops Mickey like she's on fire and grabs me. He doesn't even take any swipes, just throws me at the fireplace. I realized I'd been holding my breath and let it out. "You okay?" he asked. "Me? Sure, I'm fine. I didn't have to live that. Geez, Will, and how'd you turn out like one of the nicest people I've ever met when you had all that to deal with?" Will shrugged. Growing up with my dad around, I always knew exactly what I didn't want to be. With Mom, we always knew what it meant to be loved. Maybe it would have been different without her. I wish you could have met her. Me too. It felt like peeling through an onion skin layer of honesty. Will punched me on the shoulder. "Nicest person you ever met. Give me a friggin' break." The rawness of the moment passed. "You up for some breaking and entering, without the breaking?" asked Will. I smiled, letting the weight of his story slide off my shoulders. Will said he could go first, and I nodded. I still needed proof that this was possible. "Of course, you won't actually see him do it. He'll be invisible," a part of me said. But even as I heard that small voice, I realized that the truth was I trusted Will completely. "Here goes nothing." He winked at me as he rippled. A minute later, he rematerialized, beaming like a kid with a new bike. "Rock walls are so sick. Wish our house was made of rock. Okay, you go now." He reached down to switch the camera to the creek video again. I held the camera in front of me. I was calmer, and this time I rippled right away. Walking through a wall didn't sound like a strange idea anymore. I felt invincible. The feeling seemed to accompany rippling. Without fear, I passed into the wall of Bridget's bakery kitchen. The flavor was sand, or what a river beach would smell like on a warm day. Dry, a bit of desert dustiness to it. The physical echoes were harder for me to place. I ran my hand back through the wall again and decided that if I were an hourglass with sand running through me, this might be how I'd feel. It was unmistakably pleasant. Will had that right. Almost like something I'd felt some other time, but I couldn't place when or where. Then I laughed. It was almost exactly like the feeling of sand as I poured buckets over my hands when I was little. I passed back through the wall, a delicious whisper of sand, and saw kids loitering at the mouth of the alley. I wanted to tell Will how right he was about rock walls. As I waited for the kids to leave, I moved closer to Will, leaning against him, which I figured would freeze him in an obvious way and let him know I'd passed back into the alley. He grunted a small laugh. He knew I was here. We waited for the loiterers to leave. I moved away from Will and spun on one foot, flinging my arms out like an ice skater. The lack of resistance against whatever me existed felt so cool. If I were visible, I'd be doing perfect spirals. I continued spinning, never dizzy, but very aware of the sense that my arms and even my ponytail were flung out from me in some real sense. I scooted closer to the wall so I could pass through the falling beach sand sensation while spinning. He called to me, a stage whisper, "Sam, they left." I prepared to ripple back solid beside the corner of the building, spinning one last time and noting the same sensations that my invisible body had reality, from toes to pulled back hair. Just as I came solid, a shotgun report blasted out, so near it deafened me. A rain of fine gravel and small rocks followed the sound. I yelled in pain as a rock caught my jaw and another clipped my shoulder. Will grabbed for me, trying to pull me away from the shower of debris. "Your hair," he said.
He pointed to a small hole blasted through the wall of Bridget's kitchen, right beside the corner. Several cats were growling behind us, a low, eerie noise. I didn't see the connection between the wall and my hair. Coming the backside of the cat kennels. Cats yowled, making freaky noises I didn't think should come out of a cat. The police car approached, lights bouncing into the alley. "I'll hide in the cat kennels," I said. "You ripple." I dashed to the closest one, lifted the latch, and let myself in. I saw Will hesitate. What was he doing? I watched through the tiny cat kennel windows, one on each corner. Will took a running leap at the fence, grabbed the top, and hauled himself up, lit by oncoming headlights. The patrol car paused for a moment as Will disappeared over the fence. Then the vehicle backed out of the alley rapidly, tires squealing as it raced down Main to catch him on the other side. "Dear God, let him have the sense to ripple this time," I whispered as I backed away from the window. A cat hissed, and another clawed the back of my left leg. I kept silent, lips pulled thin and tight from the sudden, sharp pain. I had no light now that the police car had backed away. That had been Will's goal, of course. He'd stayed visible to lead the cops away from me. The stupid idiot. A look out the window revealed a handful of onlookers milling in the alley, pointing to the hole in the wall. I drew back into the shadows, amidst anxious felines. I heard a door open, the back entrance to Gwen's home. Gwen and her mom were arguing. "You called the police, Ma. Let them do their job." That was Gwen's voice. "Das Ab's finest aren't going to take care of my kids." Bridget's voice, referring to her feline children. "Run grab me the kitty Xanax. Woody Allen is going to need one." What if Woody Allen was in this kennel? So not good. Gwen unlocked a storage door under the stairwell. She fumbled inside and called out, "How many?" "He doesn't look good. Bring me 2. "Where are you?" Gwen again. "I'm in apartment 1. Honestly, Gwen, it's not like I move the cats around." I must be in 5, since this was the 5th from the left. "Gwen, check on everyone in number 2, will you? See how Jet Li's doing." But Gwen apparently had her own ideas. I heard her storming towards me, and I froze. "Do you mind?" She sounded ticked. "The cats are totally freaked, and having all of you making noise out here isn't helpful." I tried to focus on the pull of Will's arm, strong and comforting as the wall had exploded around me minutes ago. "Oh," Bridget's voice, repentant. "That was very thoughtful of you." I recalled the warmth of his touch, remembered the exact spot where his fingers pressed into my skin. "I'm checking number 3, Gwen said. I thought how those fingers would feel tracing my jawline, my lips. "Gwen, Rufus isn't home," said Bridget, opening number 4. I remembered Will's arms pulling me to safety from Illilouette Creek. I could almost feel it. "You can't let him wander at night." Bridget, a zillion miles away. "Like I'm the boss of him," Gwen, muttering. Warm and safe in Will's arms, I felt myself slip into serene invisibility. Gwen opened the door to Kennel 5, my kennel. I straightened up and passed through the cathouse wall as cats renewed their strange guttural moans. The wall was scent-tainted with cats marking their territory. No way was I ever passing through these walls again. I'd let the police haul me off in handcuffs first. I glided silently back to the park, quiet as the nocturnal creatures I passed. Twice, dogs followed my progress with bright eyes. One barked. When I reached the car, it was empty, and my pulse picked up speed. Where was Will? I rippled solid, tried the door. It opened, and I climbed in. Will rippled solid in the driver's seat, and I let out a squeak. We backed out of the parking lot. "You've got 9 minutes," he said. "Good timing." He remembered my curfew.
It hadn't even crossed my mind. "You look like you're freezing," he said, as we pulled onto Main, creating a breeze in the open-top Jeep. "Here." He tossed me his hoodie, warm and soft, and smelling like Will. "Someone found your camera," I said. "I must have dropped it when I ran to the cat house. I'm really sorry." "No big deal." "Gwen will look at the pictures. She's going to know it's either yours or Mickey's. You could end up in trouble." "I'll say I lost it. No worries." We turned off Main onto the old highway that both our homes sat on. And suddenly I was giggling. I'd walked through a wall. "Hey, Will, I walked through a freaking rock wall tonight." He laughed, a deep, throaty guffaw. "I'm like a rock star." "You did not just say that, man." I giggled again, and Will laughed along with me. I took a deep breath as we picked up speed. I threw my head back, raised my arms, and hollered to the ink-black sky, "I'm a rock star! Wahoo!" I slept great, the opposite of what I'd expected after a harrowing evening with a boy I was now officially obsessing over. I showered and dressed, taking the stairs 2 at a time on my way to breakfast. That's when I caught a glimpse of myself in the hall mirror. A large, purplish bruise bloomed to the side of my chin. I pushed on it. Bad idea. I winced. "Hey, Sylvia, do you have some cover-up I can borrow?" I pointed to the ugly bruise. "That looks awful," she said. Something in her voice made my dad look up from his paper. "How'd it happen?" She walked to her desk and came back, rummaging through her purse. "I walked into a wall. And out the other side." I took the cover stick from Sylvia and walked to the mirror hanging over the fireplace at the far end of our combination kitchen and family room. While I applied cover-up, I saw my dad, in the mirror, staring pointedly at Sylvia, non-verbals flying back and forth between them. "You were out with the Baker kid." Dad said it like an accusation. "Will," I replied, "from cross-country." My dad's brows pulled together. "Did he hit you?" I stared in shock. Sylvia whispered, "Dave!"
"Answer me, Samantha. Did he hit you?"
I looked my dad's. Sylvia passed me a bowl of oatmeal, loaded with brown sugar, cream, and syllaberries. "I'm going to my room to eat," I said. I could hear Sylvia's voice as I thumped up the stairs. "Dave, if anyone knows the signs to look for, it's me. You know that." I didn't want to hear his response. I slammed the door. My response. But the ducting relayed Sylvia's calm, sensible tones. "Believe me, Sam coming down here asking for cover-up for that bruise is proof that she's not someone who would hide if there were anything to hide." True enough, I realized. If a boy hit me, I wouldn't keep quiet about it. Of course, I'd also kick the crap out of him, thanks to the self-defense lessons Syl made me take 3 years ago. A woman needs to know how to deliver a good kick to the cojones.
"I want to keep her safe," Dad said.
"You can't always do that. You have to trust her."
"Placed all that rock? Your hair was sticking out straight." I'd been spinning in circles. Guess I should be still when I ripple solid. "You think?" he asked, laughing. "So how'd you get away without the camera to help you ripple?" I flushed, grabbed my water tube, and took a long pull, giving me time to think before answering. I so wasn't going to tell him the truth. If I hinted to Will how I felt, and he didn't feel the same way, instant awkward. I used a mental image instead. Good thinking. Will's dark eyes caught mine, and he lowered his voice. "I really hated leaving you there, but I figured you had my camera. I was debating coming to find you, but I worried we'd cross paths and miss each other. Man, I was glad to see you ripple back."
I turned back to face the road, but I was smiling. "Were you scared?" Will asked. "Terrified. Bridget and Gwyn were going from room to room in the cat kennels. I barely got away." "So, not only did you ripple using a visual image, you did it scared? Those are good signs of control, Sam." My smile grew to a grin as we rounded onto Main Street. "Plus, it shows how well you think under pressure." You have no idea, I thought. "What about you? Were you worried? I mean, the police have a description of you, don't they?" He laughed. "Adult male, approximately 5'9", 130 pounds, wearing jeans and a black hoodie, hood worn up. So they were looking for someone shorter and smaller than me. Plus, my hoodie's gray. Anyways, I'd have told the truth, that I heard what sounded like a shot and took off scared." "Thanks for taking them off my trail." "No worries. I'm glad it worked. And we still need to go out again, another night, and try the plate glass at the cafeteria." We rode our bikes across the school parking lot towards the track and veered to where Gwyn was stretching. "Hey, Gwyn," I called. "Did you guys hear about the major drama last night?" she asked. I tried to look ignorant, but she wasn't waiting for a response. "Someone fired a shotgun at our building right after 11. I figured they were trying to break in and steal the cat jar money, but Ma says anyone breaking in would have shot the door lock instead, and that does seem more likely. So maybe someone was shooting at the cats." Guess she didn't see the Mythbusters episode where they prove you can't shoot doors open. But all I said was, "I know," she said, as if I'd just agreed with everything. She continued on with the description of the suspect and ended with, "Whoever it was, they stole your camera. Well, I have it at home. Did you know it was missing?" Her eyes narrowed. Was she trying to trip Will up? "Yeah," Will said, cool and smooth. "I'm glad you found it." I bent down to retie my shoe. I wasn't feeling as comfortable as he was. Gwyn tapped at the back of my leg. "You trying to make friendly with a mean cat?" she asked. I looked at the scratch marks from last night. "You know me," I said. "Cats just love me." She studied my face and then changed subjects. "I told Coach I wanted to run with you two, so go easy on me, okay?" I rolled the enchanting sound of those simple words, "you two," around in my mind as we got through our warm-up laps. Then Coach released us onto the 4K. "You're in charge of the pace," Will said to Gwyn as we took off. I'd been running with Will for so long that I'd forgotten the rhythm of Gwyn's light tread, 5 steps for every 4 that Will and I landed. I vowed to be a better friend to her, starting today. We hit the light on Main Street green and crossed to run past Los ABC. Bridget waved. I could see people evaluating the damage to the rock wall. My stomach clenched. They were going to have to pay for that damage, and it was my fault. "Did you see that old Chinese guy?" Gwyn asked. "Down the alley?" "Yes," I said, miserable. Will nodded. "His great-granddad built our building, a century and a half ago. Ma's loving his stories." Gwyn's eyes rolled. "She's all about community." "And cats," Will said. Gwyn laughed. "Yeah. Hey, that reminds me. Ma says to please beg you to Goldpan for the fundraiser next weekend." I'd forgotten all about the event, and now, knowing my tendency to vanish while gazing at peaceful waters, I knew I couldn't consider gold panning. My, overlapped with Will's, sure. Was he covering for me? Offering to go so I wouldn't have to? I stared at him, confused. "It's Labor Day, right?" Will asked. "Yeah, we have it off, school and cross-country," Gwyn said. "It sure sounds relaxing," I said, as a hint to Will in case he'd forgotten that gold panning occurred in a creek. Will caught my eye, winked. "You can handle a little relaxation, right, Sam? I'll be there to make sure you don't drift off or anything." "It's not that relaxing," said Gwyn. "The water's freezing, for one thing.
Honestly, it sounds like hard work. What do you say, Sam? You up for some hard work? Will asked. I guess, I said. I seriously wanted to kick Will. Half an hour later, we were on our second trip around the 4K, this time minus Gwyn. Okay, seriously, what was the let's go gold panning all about? Sam, we blew a hole in her kitchen wall. It's like the least we can do for Gwen's mom. He looked at me. Don't you think? What part of me plus water equals ripple are you not getting? You can do it, he said. Just keep practicing. I snorted. What would your sister recommend? Will looked at me, nervous. Probably better not mention this around her. We curved by the willows, and I held my arm out, swish, 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 as we ran past. The next few days rushed past in a hot blur. On Thursday, the temperature felt like 500 degrees by the last class of the day, and the air conditioner in biology couldn't keep up. I tried to concentrate on a video about DNA strands in humans. Beside me, Gwyn had completely checked out. She slipped me a note. Come pick up your pledge form for gold panning when we're released from prison. I mean school. You need to catch me up to date on the biology research paper. And I have something to show you. And if you're there, Mom might let me take the afternoon off. I wrote back that I would. But when Polwyn dismissed our class, Will said he needed a minute. I waved Gwyn on ahead. What is it? Mick got another wedding invitation in the mail today. Did she tell you what it said? Just that it's intriguing. I told Gwyn I'd come over. Will shrugged. Come by when you're done then, okay? I nodded. I had to go to Gwyn's first. Not just because she'd asked first. I felt big-time guilty about what I'd done to the building Gwyn could be poor of my being.
You can go through the kitchen. Use the door that leads outside. I gave Gwyn the afternoon off.
I said thanks and stepped out the back to the yard. Against the back fence, Gwyn closed a cat kennel door.
Hey, Sam.
She carried a litter box to the trash can.
I'm doing a little housekeeping first.
Your mom said she's giving you the afternoon off.
This isn't work, according to Ma. Lend me a hand? Can I say no?
I did not want to go into those cat rooms again. She looked at me, grinning like she thought I was funny. Then her face changed. Oh, you're not joking. I hated myself. I forgot. She kicked open door number 3. You're not big on cats. She took a moment to reappear, during which I agonized over my inability to tell Gwyn the truth.
Let's go upstairs,
she offered as she came back out.
I'll finish later.
She soaped her hands at an outdoor sink. I knew she'd like it better if I protested and offered to help. Would that make up for being a vandal and a liar? I stood by, melting into a warm puddle of guilt. I don't mind doing the work now, while it's warm and sunny, Gwyn said, but I'm not looking forward to cat care in the winter. I hear you got snow last year. Just a little. It looked more like powdered sugar.
That shall open.
Can't you take it in with the daily receipts? I asked. Gwyn shook her head.
She wants to ask Mrs. Gutierrez, the bank manager, to match the funds, so basically, until she stops chatting after closing time, no.
At the very least, she should take it out of plain view. Right, Gwyn laughed. The whole point is that people see it and donate. She smiled as she finished drying her hands. Come upstairs. There's something I've been dying to show you. You hungry? Not really, but you grab something if you want. At the least, I could be agreeable. I'm starving. She opened the apartment door at the top of the enclosed stairwell and beelined to the world's smallest refrigerator, the only one in their kitchen, pulling out a plate of leftover pizza. It didn't look like frozen, and I wondered where she'd gotten real pizza. Look what I made! She displayed it proudly. You made that? Actually, Will made it, but I helped, personally responsible for Ma not cooking. Catholic guilt or something. She took another huge bite. I knew what Will felt guilty for, and it wasn't Bridget's refusal to cook. I so should have offered to help with the cats. I grabbed a slice and took a bite. It was delicious. It looked like plain cheese, but there was nothing ordinary about it. Gwyn pulled the last slice protectively her direction. "Hey, I wonder if we could get him to make this for our bite." "Sounds fascinating," said Gwyn. "If I wanted reading material to help me fall asleep. Seriously, Sam, I've never even heard of eugenics. Can't we pick something interesting, like, I don't know, plastic surgery? I could get my boobs done as my contribution." "Gwyn, please, a little focus here." She folded her hands and sat up straight. "I'm all ears. Let's say your mom has 3 milking goats. Ma's lactose intolerant. Shut up. Let's say one produces 3 quarts every day, like clockwork. The second produces 1 quart a day, and the third has chronic infections and produces a pint in a week." "Shoot the third one," Gwyn muttered. I ignored her. "Which goat would you breed? The first one, right?" "I guess," said Gwyn. "Okay, so imagine my dad working on his syllaberries. If he had 2 different plants, and let's say one of them yielded 3 pints of berries a season and one of them yielded 1 pint, which one would he use for rootstock?" "Duh, the 3-pint one. Is this seriously how your dad got rich? Eugenics?" "Eugenics is taking those principles and applying them to humans. But yeah, I guess that's how Dad made it big in farming. Eugenics for plants. So basically, if my mom had dated some guy with man boobs, I'd be better endowed? That's the kind of thing you're talking about?" I shook my head. "You are clearly not in the mood, my friend. I'll email you some articles." "Thank God," said Gwyn. "You're right. My head's not in the game. I promise to read everything you send me, with a highlighter in my hand, which I promise to use, and when you see me on Saturday, I'll be an encyclopedia of eugenics trivia." Okay, I believe you. "So, what did you want to show me?" "Oh," she said, taking another mouthful of pizza. "Right." She stood up, walked over to a bookshelf stuffed with scrapbooks, and pulled one down. "Don't tell Ma I touched one of these while eating. She's a little obsessed. And don't get any food on the cover." "Who's obsessed?" "Shut up. She'll blame me," I said. Gwyn shrugged. "Whatever. Raja there looks like he's big enough to eat you whole." She giggled. "So you haven't always had it in for cats?" "Cats are fine," I said. I was really going to have to make it up to her for not helping with the cat house cleaning. "I found some other pictures from when your mom taught art. Mom made a whole book of those art classes. If you want to see them." She drifted off. "I'd love to." Then I added hesitantly, "But I might cry." Silly girl. As if I'm afraid of tears. Looking at her gentle smile, I felt another wave of guilt. Gwyn retrieved a different cloth-bound volume from the bookcase. I opened the first page and saw my mom, beaming at us from the photo. My throat constricted. We flipped through pictures for an hour. Gwyn brought a whole box of tissues over because I was such a wreck. I tried wiping off my mascara smudges, but I must have done a bad job, and Gwyn offered to help. "Hold still," she said, gently dabbing under my eyes, along my jawline. I winced when she ran the tissue over last Sunday's bruise. Even after 5 days, I still needed cover-up. "Whoa, Sam!" Gwyn eyed me, and then my bruise. "What's this all about?" I smacked into a wall a week ago." She saw the guilt written all over my face and misinterpreted it. "Sam, girlfriend, did someone hurt you?" Her dark eyes pierced mine. I looked down. "Of course not. Just me being clumsy." "Mm-hmm," she intoned, still inspecting the bruise. I turned that side of my face away from her gaze. "Seriously." She stared at me until I wanted to disappear. She sighed heavily and took one of my hands. "I want you to know you can talk to me if you ever need someone, okay?" I nodded, blinking back tears, wishing I could tell her the truth. I should head home now. She reached over and gave me a hug, and then she walked me down the stairs and around the alley to get my bike. Just before I kicked off, she reached in her pocket and handed me a tiny ceramic frog. "I want you to have it," she said. On one of the Saturday art class pocket, I reached in, pulled out the ceramic frog, and remembered Mom saying some toads could hibernate for 3 years. They'd wake up when it was time and go about their lives, no big deal that they'd missed a few years. Crazy. I looked down at the frog again, and a great and terrible thought came to me. Excerpted from the private journal of Gérard Lanfern, approximately 1945. Private lesson, test subject, Helga. "Tell me," I ask, "why this particular weapon? The rock is hard and sharp. We call that kind shin-biter. If you fall upon it, you bleed." She is sullen, defiant. "It is a stone from another world," I say, smiling. "Strange stories are told of the powers of the biocite." I drop the smile and ask, "Did you mean to kill Karl?" Clearly she expects punishment, perhaps even death. "He was mocking the Führer. He could not be allowed to cause the other children to join in." I nod. "Older persons than you underestimate the danger of permitting others to laugh at what is sacred." I pause. "Helga, I must know. Did you intend that he die?" The girl's face shifts slightly. Her jaw clenches, as do her fists. She nods. "In such a school," she declares gravely, "I would work harder than anyone else." Translation by G. Pfeffer.
Chapter 11. Correspondence.
I biked the mile to Will's home, bursting to share my idea with him, praying I'd find him alone. I couldn't bring it up around his sister until Will and I had a chance to talk it through. To the side of the cabin, I saw Will and Mickey. She pitchforked through a compost of leaves, dirt, and what looked like old newspaper where I pulled up my bike. Frustrated that I wouldn't have Will to myself, I braked too hard, and my tires shimmied in the dirt. The air smelled a little like coffee. Rotten coffee. I wrinkled my nose and backed away. "Give me a minute," Mickey said. "I'm feeding my compost. Bridget gave me 20 pounds of coffee grounds today." She grinned broadly. "Wish I'd thought to ask sooner." Her enthusiasm as she dug must have offered protection to her nasal passages. Why did everyone I know have smelly jobs? Leaning my bike against the wall, I felt sweat dripping off me. The air felt like an oven, and I'd been pushing hard to get here fast. Mickey turned in time to see me using the neckline of my tee to dry the sweat from my face. "Thank you for coming," Mickey said. "Will, take Sam inside. She needs some ice water. I'll be right in." I followed Will towards the back door of the cabin, and he rippled. "He's showing off," Mickey said, eyes rolling. I laughed. "Or maybe I didn't unlock that door yet." She shrugged. A solidified Will unlocked the door from inside, and I stepped in. "Wait up," Mickey called. "I'm done." She kicked off her compost-scented boots and joined us. "Sit by the fan," she said, adjusting the fan to blow straight on my face. "You don't have to," she cut me off. "Your face is beet red." She handed me a glass of chilled water. "Drink this. You're as bad as Will. People get heat exhaustion in weather like this." I grinned, gulping my drink. I decided against mentioning that I'd lived my whole life in weather like this. To the side of the desk, Will picked up and fished inside a large white envelope inscribed with calligraphy. He handed the letter to me. "Chère Mademoiselle Baker, I have put much thought into why Pfeffer chose to leave you in ignorance of the map with which he entrusted you.
I can only conclude that he believed you would be safer if you did not know certain things, things which are indeed dangerous to know. Take it as a sign of how highly he valued your safety, although this is an area in which we disagreed. I believe you can be safer with knowledge than without it. However, lest this letter should fall into the wrong hands, I shall limit what I reveal as well. Please forgive me if I instead pose for you a series of riddles. 1. In what elements are each of the areas marked on the map rich? 2. Have you heard of the curious effects such things as lead or quicksilver can have upon human health? 3. Begging you to pardon my indelicacy, do you know where your brother was conceived? I shall, of course, be glad to provide a more thorough explanation of the map in person, should that someday prove a possibility. I regret that I am much occupied at present.
So, any idea what all those riddles mean? I asked.
The answers are easy enough, Mickey said, shrugging. Number 1, gold in that meteorite? Tobiasite? Number 2, you get sick. Number 3, Shalokum Hot Springs in Alaska.
Will groaned. Geez, Mick. I gasped. I could feel the color leaving my face. Before Mom died, I was often referred to as the Bella Fria Hot Springs Surprise. I didn't know enough back then to be embarrassed, and it never came up after Dad remarried Sylvia. Mickey looked at me intensely.
You didn't get your start at Shalokum too, did you?
Okay, that's enough, said Will. He stood and marched out the back door, slamming it shut. My cheeks burned as I explained what I knew of my own conception to Mickey.
I wonder how important the hot springs connection is. Oh, this is crazy. Why didn't Pfeffer trust me enough to tell me what he knew? To explain those friggin' red dots? She stood and paced. That could be it, though. The presence of gold and tobiasite in a mineral hot springs at the time of conception. That could be what messes with the genetic code and produces the abnormalities we see in Hellman's carriers. So your map marks the places around the world where Hellman's carriers are most likely to be,
conceived, said Mickey. That seems to be Sir Walter's answer.
But there must be 100 dots on those maps.
54, Mickey said.
But there's something that doesn't fit. Pfeffer once said that Will wouldn't be who he was if not for our dad's violence. When I asked what he meant, Pfeffer brushed it off and changed the topic.
Maybe he just meant your dad helped form Will's character, I suggested.
No, we were definitely talking about Will's ability to ripple. Maybe Pfeffer was purposefully trying to throw me off the trail. I'm going to have to meet with Sir Walter if I want answers. She crossed to her desk and began shuffling through papers. Where is that flyer from French Club about chaperones?
I should get home for dinner, I said. Tell Will I said bye. Mickey nodded, clearly lost in thought, and I let myself out of the cabin. Will stood outside, throwing rocks across the highway. Hey, I said, walking my bike over to him. Can you come by tonight? I have something you need to hear about. It's important. Sure. 9 o'clock, the sliding glass door in back. No knocking, no doorbells. No problem, Rebel, he said, winking at me. Brilliant overhead, but the air felt stuffy. Leaning against the house, I debated whether I should wait inside, but I decided I'd be cool enough if I got away from the heat radiating off the stucco walls. I sat down in one of the lounge chairs. It felt surprisingly cooler. Would Will think my big idea was no big deal? Or had he already thought about my idea before? It was funny how the ceramic frog had driven my aha moment rather than Mr. Polwin's discussion of adaptations in biology this past week. I could still picture my notes from class. Creatures hibernate to survive extreme cold. At that moment, Will shimmered into view in front of me. I flew out of my seat, startled. Hey, Sam, hope I didn't scare you. Does a coronary count? I asked. Sorry, I got here maybe a minute before you. I forgot I wasn't solid until you came out and you didn't see me. You ripple a lot, don't you? I was thinking about some note-taking I did in biology last week. Was it this? Creatures hibernate to survive extreme cold? I stared at him, stunned. Okay, where did that come from? From you, I think. His fingers caught in a tangle of curls as he scratched his head. How? I'm not sure. When you came outside just now, I was waiting in the lounge chair you sat down on. I realized Will's presence would account for the temperature. It felt cold there. I bet it did. My eyes dropped in embarrassment. I'd sat right on top of him. Okay, so here's what happened, Will said, unruffled. Before I got up to ripple back solid, I saw a picture in my head of biology class, and the image was almost from the correct angle, but not quite, and then when the focus shifted down to my desk, I realized I was seeing your handwriting. It was like I was watching a video in my head, from your perspective. I thought of the day at Illilouette Creek, the movie-like image in my mind's eye of a teenage girl with dark hair, hands on her hips, pointing to an ambulance and shouting angrily. I think this has happened to me before. Seriously? Did your sister ever blame you for something to do with an ambulance? When she was maybe 13 or 14? The deck was lit by only the light spilling through the sliding glass door, but even so, I could see Will's face turn pale. The day I rippled for the first and only time in front of Mom. She called the hospital, thinking she was losing her mind. They sent an ambulance because Mickey couldn't drive yet. Mick was furious with me. I brought my hand to my lips, feeling awful for bringing back the memory. I haven't thought about that since the day at Illilouette Creek, I finished in a whisper. He locked eyes with me. You saw me remembering it that day? I nodded. He whistled long and low. We can read each other's minds. I shifted nervously. I didn't want Will inside my head at this point in our friendship. Can you tell what I'm thinking right now? He asked. I thought he looked anxious, but maybe that was my imagination. I don't think it works that way, I said. I've only seen things when I was invisible, and I'm pretty sure we have to be touching as well, like when I, sat through you just now. He grinned. Mickey would be so proud of you for that hypothesis. I hoped he wasn't going to suggest we test the hypothesis. I couldn't let Will read my mind. Have you ever, read my mind before? I asked. If this had ever happened before, I think it would have caught my attention. I nodded, thinking of a way to distract him from suggesting we experiment in mind reading. Do you want to come in for cheesecake? We'd have to be quiet. Did your stepmom make it? I nodded. He smiled. Okay, now you're really reading my mind. I stood up, opening the sliding glass door. Will winked, rippled, and reappeared on the other side of the door, beaming. Totally sick, he whispered. Show off, I muttered, smiling. I opened the refrigerator, pulling out the cheesecake. You tried it yet, on your own? He gestured to the glass. No, I've been meaning to since watching how you move around in your house, but I'm not alone too much here. He dug into the cheesecake I'd plated up for him. I grabbed myself a slice. Will gestured to the sliding glass door. So, you up for an experiment? Trying glass? I smiled, glad he didn't mean a mime and viscous, forming itself into a second skin around me, then gently releasing me as I glided through to air again. A strong scent or taste reminded me of the beach as well. Not the ocean tang of the beach, but the sand itself. In geology, we'd learned that glass was silicon, sand.
I ghosted back and forth several times, shivering through the viscous embrace before I rippled solid again. "That is completely amazing," I said. "Did you know glass is actually a liquid that moves very, very slowly? That's what creates the distortions you can see on old glass, like Bridget's windows. I've never passed through those, though," he said, looking as if he meant to try. "So, what did you need to talk to me about?" Will looked at me, curious, as he plowed through a second slice of cheesecake. "Oh, right." Mind reading had completely distracted my thoughts. "I had this idea today, about how hibernation and what we do are similar." Will raised his eyebrows. "Never thought of that. You mean like how we don't get hungry or thirsty when we ripple?" "There's obvious differences, though. I think with hibernating, you'd feel, well, asleep," I said. "I feel extra alive when I ripple, if anything." "Same here, but I was actually going a different direction with the hibernating thing. What do you think would happen if you rippled for a year, or 2 years? "You mean what would happen to me when I came back?" "You wouldn't age, would you?" Could he see where I was going with this? "I guess not. I mean, that's pretty much why Mickey thinks I took so long to, well, grow up. It's why I look younger than a normal 18-year-old. Will flushed. "So if someone carbon dated you, you might only be 14 or 15. He shrugged. "Yeah, I guess so. This means you're several hours short of your calendar age too, huh?" He grabbed another bite and swallowed. Then he looked up at me and spoke a monosyllable softly. "Oh." Then, bigger. "Oh." We locked eyes. The two of us could live a very long time by spending part of every day invisible, if we wanted to. My voice came out just above a whisper. "So, run the trails. We've got another round of hot weather coming." "Sure," I said, my mouth pulling into a ginormous yawn. "Good night, Sam." He rippled, passed through the glass door, and rippled back on the other side, shooting me a double thumbs up before he took off running home. The following day, Will came by early, but we'd both slept poorly with so much to think about, and Will admitted he was too tired for extra miles. But he wasn't too tired to meet early with me, I noted. I felt warm inside. We strolled down to my childhood lookout to talk. "I got another look at that little black book," Will said. "Mick had it sitting out last night. She was busy obsessing over Pfeffer's red-dotted maps. Anyway, I tried using an online translator, and it's not in any language I can find." "Not Latin after all?" "No, not Italian, Portuguese, or Romanian either." "We need to keep looking for a translation." "Yeah, what with all the words looking like French or Spanish, I thought I was onto something trying Italian." "Hey, Italy, that reminds me. Gwyn says you make great pizza and asked if you could make it tomorrow for the biology paper study session." "I'd forgotten that was tomorrow. Sure, it will be a good bribe to get Mick to help us on the research." "Your sister loves pizza?" "Mick's been on me about how she's to say, let's go." Instead, we spent a few minutes more drinking in the cool of the morning, watching hawks circle over the canyon. Finally, Will stood up, smiling at me. "You're going to love my pizza." "Yeah, because I so needed things to love about Will." Excerpted from the private journal of Gérard Lanferne, approximately 1943. Own superiority, which serves to feed him when food is scarce. He does not mind being placed apart from the others. He despises them. There is only one person whom the hungry boy does not despise. If he could order the world according to his liking, I would remain at his side, perhaps an advisor, maybe a servant.
Amusing, the things he whispers into the dark when he thinks himself alone. The door opens, and the boy rouses himself, ready to fight or run. "Hansi," I whisper. I carry a single candle, more than enough light for the boy to see me and recognize me and the food I bring. "I'm sorry it's been so long," I tell him. "I haven't been able to get away until now. Here." I hand a basket to the boy, pulling back the cloth covering the food. "My lunch and dinner. I do not need it as much as you, my young one." The boy twists his mouth into something of a smile, with nothing of friendliness in it. "I knew you would come," he says as he chews through a large mouthful. "You come every 10th day." Do I indeed? My visits are, in fact, spaced in 10-day intervals. This is the first time a secluded child has noticed. Hans is special. Intelligent, brave, a leader. "I wish I could do more for you. I don't need half the food I'm given, but most days it would be noted if I tried to steal away with it." He does not recognize that I lie. He has no idea of my preeminence in this laboratory. "You are like me," says the boy. "I can go hungry without complaint as well. That's why you bring food to me, isn't it? Because I am so much better than the other Schwein." I cannot help smiling. "You are special. But you must never mention me to the other children. One word from any of them to my superiors, and that would be the end of the meals I bring for you." "I can keep secrets," says the boy. "Someday, perhaps, I can do more for you," I say, clapping the boy's shoulder. The boy smiles. He is not capable of giving love. Of that I have made sure. But he can feel its cousin, gratitude. His burden of indebtedness grows great, indeed. Translation by G. Pfeffer. Chapter 12. Pizza and Panning. On Saturday morning, Will and Mickey showed up at my house an hour ahead of Gwyn, who was gathering gold panning pledges for the event on Monday. Will carried a heavy-looking box of tools and ingredients, setting them on the kitchen island.
"Can Mickey use your high-speed to play around on Google Earth?" Mickey carried in a tub of very ripe tomatoes. "I want to confirm that the red dots mean hot springs, but our internet's been down." "Back this way." As if I minded spending time alone with Will. By the time I'd gotten Mickey connected on Sylvia's computer, Will had already started in on the tomatoes, peeling and seeding them. "Making a salad?" I asked, planting myself on a bar stool across from Will in the tomato pile. "We are making the world's best pizza sauce. Do you know how to mince?" "What, like with a knife?" "Yeah. No. How about peeling carrots?" He rolled one my direction. "And garlic." I knew how to peel a carrot. Garlic makes sense for pizza sauce, but why the carrot? "It tones down acidity. You mince it so fine you can't even see it in the sauce." "You mean you mince it," I said, passing him a peeled carrot. "Come over here," he said. As I walked around the island to him, he sliced the carrot in half lengthwise and placed the halves flat side down on the cutting board. "Mincing is a simple action. Here." He placed his hand over the top of mine, showing me how to curl my fingers under so I wouldn't accidentally cut off my fingertips. Then he showed me how to rock the blade, keeping the tip anchored to the board as we knifed through the carrots. It was awkward to do this side by side. "Hang on," he said. He moved behind me to bring an arm around me on either side. Warmth hummed between our bodies, and I shivered as he closed in, reaching once more for my hand over the knife. I let it slip at exactly the wrong moment. Staring stupidly, I watched a blossom of red spreading across Will's knuckles just as Mickey wandered in. "Oops," said Will, noticing the cut.
That's what you get for moving in on a girl's personal space like that, Mickey muttered as she grabbed a paper towel, grunting, "Trash can?" "In the pantry," I said, pointing to the far side of the room. "Didn't mean to cross any lines there," Will murmured, too low for Mickey to hear. I stared, wanting to communicate he shouldn't be embarrassed, that he didn't need to say anything, that if he would fall in love with me, he wouldn't have to worry about crossing lines. Of course, I couldn't say any of that. "Where's the oregano?" Will asked his sister. He threw the minced carrots and all of the tomatoes into a sturdy-looking pot on the front burner. "You didn't say oregano," she replied. "I specifically said we needed oregano." "You said basil." "And oregano," I jumped in. "I think Sylvia grows it in the herb bed if you need fresh." They looked at me as if suddenly remembering I was in the room, and Will chortled. "I don't exactly know what it looks like," I admitted, "and Syl's out this morning." "I'll go," Mickey said, a peacemaking gesture. Will passed a basil plant to me, picking up where we'd left off like nothing awkward had happened. "Chop some basil," he said. I winced at the word chop, but he passed me a pair of kitchen shears. "Snip the leaves in this bowl over and over till they're super tiny." "Yes, chef, right away, chef," I grinned. He threw a potholder at me, then minced the garlic and tossed it in oil. "So you catered for people? Making pizza?" I asked. "Wonder you're so good at French." "Not as good as you," he shrugged, "but I like words. Got that from my mom. She was learning to sign so she could interpret in classrooms. She would come home from her lessons and she'd teach me because it made her learn better." "Your stepmom's garden is amazing," said Mickey. "I need her to tell me how to grow berries in this climate. Mine didn't make it through the winter." "Sylvia can talk berries with you all day," I said, grinning. "By the way, thanks for sharing your garden tomatoes. I hope you're not spread across my face." Will's mouth turned up slightly at the corners. "I don't let you anywhere near me in the kitchen, Mick." "Can you come stir, Sam?" Will asked. "I need to rescue the garlic." I grabbed the bamboo spoon, buttery smooth against my palm and warm from where he'd held it. Will added slivers of nutty, bright-scented garlic. My stomach growled. He gestured for me to hand him the stirring spoon, and our fingers tangled as I passed it. He grinned at me and blew on the sauce, then put his lips to the spoon and sucked in a teeny taste. "Try this." He guided the spoon carefully to my mouth. "Blow on it first," he cautioned. I blew, but not gently enough, and sauce pushed across onto his fingers. I giggled and then tried a taste from the spoon. "What do you think?" Will asked. I watched as he licked the sauce off his fingers. "Intoxicating." I felt my skin warming. "You missed some." I tapped the side of my mouth to demonstrate where. His tongue moved alongside his mouth. I swallowed. "Wrong side." I pointed again, touched his face. "You missed some too, unless you're saving that for later." Will gently swiped around my mouth. I blushed 5 shades of red and turned away as the doorbell rang. Gwyn. Will turned to grab the dough, and I let Gwyn inside. "Oh my God," she said. "It smells like I've died and gone to pizza heaven." She flopped dramatically into a bar stool on my side of the kitchen island. "Well, I think I've visited every business in Greater Las Abuelitas, and I'm up to $205 an hour. With numbers like that, who cares if I find gold?" Wow. I seriously hoped she wouldn't ask where my pledge total stood at the moment. I'd been meaning to call my grandma and hit up my folks. I just hadn't done it yet. Gwyn pulled a stack of papers from her purse and set them on the counter. "Possible additions to our research." Mickey glanced over Gwyn's printouts. She pointed to 2 of them. "You'll never find enough on these." I stood up to let Mickey take my place where she could examine the topics more easily. Staring outside, I crossed to the sliding glass door. The Panning for Felines event was the day after tomorrow, and I still didn't feel confident that I could spend the whole day at the creek without rippling. My gut nodded. What if I failed? There'd be cameramen from Oakhurst, followed by helicopters from Fresno, followed by the National Guard, and ending with me being kidnapped or killed. My heart hammered. I needed to calm down. I watched sunlight flickering upon our swimming pool. I took some deep breaths. From a few feet behind me, I heard my friends murmuring over our biology paper. I began to calm, looking at the water. The pool looked so inviting. I should have told everyone to bring swim stuff.
"Where's Sam?"
asked Gwen, interrupting my reverie. I turned back towards my friends, pasted on a smile, and began to move back towards the kitchen island. At which point I realized I was no longer solid. Gliding invisibly felt entirely different from walking on the ground. Crap. I can't even stay solid at my own house for 5 minutes. How would I manage a day at Bella Fria Creek? Will shot Mickey a meaning-filled glance. They knew what I'd done. I needed to go somewhere so that I could ripple back solid without Gwen seeing it. I ghosted through the sliding glass door. Delicious. And passed out of sight around the side of the house. After rematerializing, I flicked the waterfall switch, an excuse for having stepped out, then ran back to the sliding I hear it. And us, well, me, and she talked the EMTs into keeping the whole thing off record. God only knows what that's going to cost. Money's not an issue, I said, hoping to reassure Mickey. Funny, that's what Sylvia said. But I owe you guys. I'm sure she paid for the ambulance ride, whatever crap she gave me about it not costing anything. It's being billed and recorded somehow, somewhere, just minus my name. Not to mention this, she said, waving vague, trying to apologize for someone thinking they killed you and then finding out they didn't. I am not going to be answerable for my actions. Please don't tell me you think you are in any way to blame for this whole sorry mess. Tears squeezed out of my eyes, closed now, as I tried to find some way to believe this wasn't my fault. But it was, obviously. You left town because of me, and you got in an accident, I whispered. Listen up, Sam, and listen good, 'cause each breath I take is kind of killing me at the moment. She paused to take another breath, wincing slightly. I left because I chose to leave, because I got scared of my own shadow, because I was pissed at my brother. It's not your fault, none of it. But the accident, I said. Oh, what? So now you're God, and you orchestrated things so I'd end up on the other side of the road when some idiot fell asleep at the wheel? Sam, please. Wake up and read the bumper stickers. Shit happens. Not your fault. You try apologizing one more time, and I swear I will get up and walk to Fresno so I don't have to listen to you being stupid anymore. Through the tears streaming down my face, I smiled. Then I laughed. Can't let that happen. Your brother would kill me. Yeah, well, he'd have to get through me first, said Mickey. Suddenly she looked exhausted. Call the doc, will you? I want more whatever it is in my veins. Right away, I said, wiping my face with the back of one hand. Tissue by the gauze packs, said Mick, her words slurring. I'd snotted my entire face, and it took 4 tissues to dry off. Outside, Sylvia and my dad looked anxious. She's doing well, I said, and her brother's safe. Safe? Asked my dad. She was saying things about Will being in the car with her, said Sylvia. The EMTs said sometimes a body can end up a long way from an accident. Some of your dad's friends who volunteer with search and rescue are out there now that it's light. They won't find him, I said. Truly, he's safe. My dad and Sylvia exchanged glances. Honey, are you sure? I'm sure. He'd be here, except Mick's really mad at him right now. They've communicated. I felt my face flushing. I'm not good with deceit. I'll tell him to call off the manhunt, said my dad, reaching for his cell. And she wants me here, I said. I felt sure of it. Even though she hadn't made the request, I knew Mick wanted me with her. So I'm skipping school today. Dad was busy on the phone. Sylvia frowned, then said, Okay, honey, maybe that's for the best. Mickey thinks the world of you. She kept talking about you on the drive, and she made me call you as soon as Dr. Yang finished her stitches. Sight of an accident. Tears pooled in her eyes. I'm sorry, she whispered. And now it was my turn to tell her not to be sorry, and that it was okay, and that everything would be fine. And a part of me believed it, even. Dad and Sylvia decided I'd be okay on my own at the Yangs. Call if you need me, honey, said Syl. Call me, said my dad. Your stepmom needs some serious shut-eye. I smiled. I'll be fine. Go on. I shooed them out the front door and blinked back a few straggler tears, grateful for family. Dr. Yang and his wife got ready to go to work, and Dr. Yang gave me his pager number in case she needs anything before lunch, when he would return and check on his patient. I walked back into the dining room and melted into one of the padded chairs. Mickey lay snoring lightly, looking utterly peaceful. If only it could last. Chapter 20. Family. I had fallen asleep, my head flopped to one side, and a man's voice, low and quiet, was speaking to me.
"Sam," he said.
"Dad?" I blinked my eyes open.
"Will." "Hey, Sam," said Will. "I don't want to wake up my sister. You want to go into the other room with me?"
I rose and we left the dining room. "You're okay?" I needed to hear it from him.
"As you can see." He smiled, full red lips sliding over white teeth. "At least until my sister wakes up. Something about how she's going to kill me the next time she sees me."
"Have you been here this whole time?" My stomach squeezed. Did he see me crying when I thought he was lost?
"No, I took off once Dr. Yang started fixing up my sister."
"Where'd you go?"
"You see Merced," he said. I gasped. I rippled. I wanted to find out a few things about who's using Pfeffer's old lab.
"Please tell me no one saw you," I said, squeezing my hands into tight fists.
"Relax," Will said. He looked at me and shook his head in a gesture of defeat. "How am I going to tell Mickey if you don't take it well?"
"I'm taking it well," I said. "This is me, taking it well." I released my fisted hands. "See? No problem."
Will smiled and continued. "But here's the thing. He wanted us to come here. I'm more sure of it than ever. And I can't help thinking maybe it was so we could find you."
"Maybe," I said, my voice a bare whisper. I didn't trust myself to say more.
"That's what I think, anyways. And if he was so freaked about risks, I think we're safe here. Safe as we are anywhere, I mean."
I wanted to believe it. Maybe it was true.
"I'm not changing my mind," said Will, "about staying. I've got to believe that someday, somehow, we'll figure everything out. Me and Mick, and you. I'll tell you one thing, though. I'd give anything to have Pfeffer back right now."
I nodded. "I wonder if Sir Walter could help."
"Yeah," replied Will. "Me too."
"The French club trip is only 6 weeks away. I mean, if you're still going." I held my breath, waiting for his response.
"Of course I'm going, Sam."
Will's eyes, large and dark, stared into mine.
"I'm not moving from Los Abs no matter what my sister does." He grunted. I don't think she believed I'd really stay here without her. Guess I didn't believe she'd leave without me, either.
"You're both idiotically stubborn," I said. A low groan sounded from the dining room. Will and I jumped up. "Get in here so I can kill you," said Mickey. "Don't protect him, Sam. I know he's in the house. I can smell the stink from here." I laughed. Will walked in ahead of me to his sister. Tenderly, he moved a stray curl off of her face.
"You've looked better," he said.
"You're still ugly," she retorted. "Where's Sam? I want both of you over here because I'm only going to say this once, and if you ask me about it later, I'll say it was the pain meds talking." I came up beside Will, smiling at his sister. She took in a breath, wincing slightly. But if Will and I disappeared, it would happen. This may not be the safest place on the planet for any of us, but I'm betting we'll be safer here for the next 6 weeks than we would be anywhere else, with rumors flying around about how we left town.
"My sister does have a brain," murmured Will.
"I'll de-brain you, idiot," said Mickey. "Besides, we owe it to Sam. If Hans comes after you, Sam, I'll sick Will on him. I'm pretty sure Will's bite is septic." Will chuckled quietly and took his sister's hand, giving it a quick squeeze. "This is home," murmured Mick as her eyes drooped shut. "We're family." I looked at Will and then at his sister. "Family," I agreed. Will put his arm around my shoulder and steered me out of the Yang's dining room. "She needs sleep," he whispered, leaning in close so as not to wake his sister. His breath felt warm in my ear, a small, glowing heat to stare at the sky overhead. It was grayish, bluish purple. Knowing the truth about Mom's death, I paused, gazing at the vast heavens. I'm glad I know now. There's purity in knowing. Even if the truth is dark, there's still beauty in knowing it at last. Sham Sundar. Will whispered the unfamiliar phrase. I turned to look at his face, chiseled in the afterglow of the setting sun. What did you say? I asked. A classmate from India told me his word for this time of evening, when it's between day and night. He called it Sham Sundar. Literally, it means something like the dark and the beautiful. Like the truth sometimes, I murmured. Dark but beautiful. Like the truth sometimes, Will said, nodding. What's that poem, the one they wrote on the Greek's urn? I smiled, breathing out a soft laugh. Not on it, about it. Ode on a Grecian urn, I said. Beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all ye know on earth, and all ye need to know. That's the one, said Will. All you need to know. I felt a rush of joy, that elusive emotion. If I closed my eyes, I could hear the flutter of a sheet from my childhood and see the lake spread out before me. But I didn't want to close my eyes. I didn't need to hide in the past anymore. First star, said Will, pointing overhead to the darkening canvas. Make a wish. I smiled at Will, and he smiled back, and in the warm reflection of his eyes, I saw myself exactly where I wished to be. This has been Rippler, Ripple Series Book 1, written by Cidney Swanson, narrated by Sarah Mollo Christensen. Copyright 2011 by Cidney Swanson. Production copyright 2015 by Cidney Swanson.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.